turn left to live.
Welcome to VRML and welcome to the first day of the EU Pioneer Cup here in Orion Drift. I'm Palador, Wonder T-Man on the cams, and might not see a face, but you'll surely recognize the voice. Who is my co-caster today? Who are you, good sir?
Oh my circuits! It's me, Sir Dimwee. Hello, everybody. How's everybody doing?
My goodness, that's a great voice to hear and a great place to be, right by the virtual side of Sir Dimwee on a cast again. Who would have thought?
Yeah, happy to be back. Really excited to see some exciting drift ball action. Really excited to be back with the Wonderkin T-Man. Yeah, I never forgot. And of course, the one and only Palador. This is exceptionally exciting, and I'm I don't know what to say. I wasn't prepared.
Neither was I, to be honest. You dropped in that last second and made my whole night.
Hold on, what are you talking about? It's noon. It's noon in the real world. No, I'm just kidding, of course.
My bad. Only midnight over here, but you know what? My day's just getting started with this day full of games.
Over in London.
Indeed, yeah, 5 o'clock in London. Another 6 hours. We have NA starting on these cups, so a lot of sick matches ahead, to be sure.
There we go. Chat up. Slow chat, buddy. Oh, say in the chat. Let me know you're here. See, GTC player, Maxwell, RTB, Bat, Yasai. What's going on, everyone? What's up, Yasai?
Yeah, great to see you all there. Yes, I joined the team just recently as well here on VRML once again, I do believe. See Bad and Lulz Dash stopping by again. Was there in the OCE stream, so good to have Lulz well there. But yeah, getting ready to get started here. Dimwee, it's been a crazy last couple of years. It's been a crazy last couple of months, for that matter, in the VR world, the VR esport world, and specifically the Orion Drift world. I know you've been just as busy as any of them here, bringing us this exciting new VR esport that we are, VR sport. I need to correct myself. That we are all excited to cast, to play, and so on. Just tell me a little bit about it here while we wait to get started.
About what specifically?
Just about what it's been like these last couple of months, going from, or the last couple of years actually, going from that casting desk, and now you're one of the many talented people, you know, bringing the forefront of VR here with Orion Drift, you know, to the VRML scene. Just tell me about that experience, basically. How's it been?
It's been pretty wild, honestly. My involvement in Orion Drift has been just being a voice guy and popping around and kind of now interface. But most of my work has been Gorilla Tech. The folks working on Orion Drift are a lot of names you may or may not recognize from the old community. And Bits, one of the talented developers here, Rox Titan, if you remember Rox, one of the now talented developer over here. Lulz in the chat is part of the company, and Mark has been working on the 4v4 stuff. Not Mark. Of course, they're not here right now as far as, well, Lulz is here, but the rest of them are not here. It is the weekend, but the work they put in. Also, of course, I've got to shout out Franz. If y'all remember Ignitebot? Ignitebot Franz has been working on a lot of this as well. Franz has been giving us some help today in getting some more folks in. So this has been a chorus of talent from the old guard that are now guiding us into the future of VR, and what a job they've been doing. This has been so fun. What's really exciting is I've been able to be a fan, like I'm a fan of this game first, and then I just do voices over top after they do all the work to make it amazing. And it has been just absolutely wild. The ride has been ridiculous.
I feel you there, Dimwee. It feels much the same, just being in the casting booth, right? It's the players doing all the cool things. I'm just talking about it. Or we're just talking about it in that case. But yeah, it's really an amazing thing that's come together here out of the ashes of our old beloved esports, VR sports, into the Phoenix that is these new ones. And speaking of Phoenix, we like that transition, didn't we? VRML Con 2025 will be in Phoenix, Arizona, July 25th through 27th. It takes place at the ASU Media and Immersive Experience Center, featuring a $20,000 prize pool spread across our games there. We'll be featuring Pavlov, Shack, Veil, Breachers, Onward, and of course, Orion Drift, a big headliner for that tournament for sure. But in the meantime, we have this Pioneer Cup this weekend getting started. $1,000 prize pool spread amongst the regions as well. And then later in the month, May 31st through June 1st, we'll have the Ignition Cup. Speaking of Ignite there earlier, I really like the namesakes carrying over, and these little nods, tips of the hat, Dimwee, that we see in the names of these tournaments and in the game itself. Just coming back into it, new place, but very familiar names and faces and places even.
Yeah, and I'll be at VRML Con. There's going to be a lot of familiar faces at VRML Con. And all these tournaments running up to it. This is all the amount of work that goes into making this stuff happen. I know as we're watching the thing, we touch on or want to touch on is, of course, this is all a work in progress. The stuff you're seeing it's not even mic going to change. It will change in some way, shape, or form. The balance of it, the shape of it, how it's deployed, how it's played, the balance will shift. The amount of work that goes into the arenas you're seeing here were literally worked on up until Friday and updated until that point, and then built out for this tournament. And then next week they're going to go right back into continuing development. So even the Ignition Cup, you'll see a different looking arena, probably a different looking area. I don't imagine the arena itself will be that different, but like all of this is, as I say, a work in progress. And like I said, the amount of work that goes in is incredible. The whole team constantly providing support for everybody, all up until those last minutes to get those builds out, to get the tournament in the best state it can be. And I just really, really, really excited to be on the ground here. Also, I watched the OCE. I was watching the OCE tournament earlier, Palador.
Yes, sir.
First off, great job, but also so excited to see Punda back. Oh man,
yeah.
Like you said, old names, old faces, new places, new names. This is just so exciting to be.
Yeah, absolutely. Killer games we have set up here today, and it's really, brings up back the nostalgia, getting back into the casting desk, getting back into VR itself and playing the game. I was talking about on the OC streams, just the more that I play Orion Drift, the more that I cast Orion Drift, the more at home it feels like. It feels very familiar in terms of just the gameplay, the casting styles, all of the above. It's just fast, it's frantic, and it's frenetic, it's fun. All those F words, not that F word, but the other F words I just listed. Great time here.
All right, and we should get started here soon. I saw someone asking, when does it start? Soon, TM. We are on our way to, I believe we're going to be casting Aziris versus Short Circuit. Over in a review here. Happy Saturday, by the way, everybody. Nice weekend. I know we had some gnarly weather here in Pittsburgh. How's the weather? How is the weather where you're at, Palador, right now? How has it been? I'm very curious.
Well, it's midnight Sunday here, and it is it's okay right now, but pretty hot during the day. To be honest, it's almost like Arizona itself, so it's as if I never left. Just changed time zones instead.
There you go. Speaking of Arizona, VRML Con? No, we already did that.
Oh, yeah.
You had a better transition.
Dang. Well, in any case, the temperatures might not be, too favorable here, but, we got AC to keep us cool. And, I think the players, especially if you're one of these competitive players, you're going to need that playing this game. That's one thing I have noticed, Emily, is the amount that this game tires me out in terms of the physicality of it all. I'm running out of gas a lot faster than anticipated. It really bangs the body up, but in a good way.
Oh yeah, it is quite the workout. It is very. What's funny? Sorry, not to change the subject. It's the physicality of this game is really something to talk about. I was going to, somebody asked in the chat, can we see the player list? And I don't know if you can see them, but I can tell you what's. We'll be able to give you that in a second, but I wanted to comment because on Short Circuit, back way back, like 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 4 years ago, playing Echo, I was constantly, when I would play with Europeans, they would accuse me of being Sir Dominic on an all-in.
Really?
And that Sir Dominic is in this game playing for Short Circuit. So way to circle all the way back once again to some old references. Phenomenal.
Yeah, talk about the names of old, coming up anew again. I mean, look at one of the teams we're casting here today. Also, Eclipse. That's a very familiar name, Dimly, to me
Yeah.
from the old Echo side about 8 years ago now, something like that. I mean, hey, a new day, new era, new game, new Eclipse. I wish them well, but no bias here, of course.
And then Wonder, did you want to go into a short break? Is that what you were saying? Uh-huh. Okay, cool.
All righty.
So, yeah, really excited to get started here. There are a bunch of players hanging out around this arena. Also, well, let's see here. I'm curious, as y'all are watching, I want to know what your impressions are as you watch the spectators. Do you wish you were there, audience, or do you prefer watching it on the stream? I want your feedback as you're watching this. Do you wish you were there in person, or do you like sitting at your desk, watching it on the screen, sitting on your couch, watching it on your phone? What do you prefer as a VR sport audience?
Well, one of the topics we were talking about with Punda yesterday on the cast, just speaking of spectators and whatnot, I really love the fact that in Orion Drift, back in the Echo days, we had stuff like Vertex, or we had the meta venues, Oculus venues, things like that. But with Orion Drift, the spectating experience is built in to the game, and it's really awesome being able just to switch between arenas, to spectate from the outside in and hang out with people. That's a really cool feature.
It really, really is. And what I know, one of the fun things, especially if one of the things I like to do, I haven't done it as much the last week or so, but I like to pop into a random server, run to an arena, and play for patterns, right?
Uh-huh.
Play for the giveaway stuff, and so an audience will form. And when it's like you ever watch like hockey? They score a goal and then they run down the boards, and the crowd is all there. Like, right? You get that exact same experience. It is so cool as a player and as a viewer to have that live audience with you there. It's something we haven't been able to experience really in VR in this capacity, and to be able to experience it now, to watch it happen in front of us, something we used to only dream about.
Right. That's exactly what I mean. It's just a dream come true. And I expect that trend to continue. Of course, we're in thematically, the Pioneer Cup, but it's the Pioneer Days of Echo VR, right? Or Echo VR, sorry, of Orion Drift. Old habits die hard, Dimly. But it reminds me of quotes, because I was thinking about that earlier, actually, on the very first LAN we had for Echo. That was kind of a big theme word that we used, even in the finals interviews, talking about pioneers, pioneers, pioneers. And now to have it, again, the cycle repeat with a lot of those players and devs from back then coming over to another Axiom, creating this beautiful game, and just pioneering, the future of VR sports and what have you. And a lot of, obviously, feedback, didn't we, is super important, because we've seen the iterations change tremendously on both the short and long term, and I'm sure more to come.
Absolutely. And Tarek asking in the chat, do we have a release date to the 44 arenas yet? No, we do not. They'll get released when they're ready. I don't even know how they'll release. There is an intention to release them, but exactly when, I do not have any sort of time frame for you at this time. And Frog?
Soon, TM.
And Walls, yeah, you're funny. Living up to your name.
He's the best.
So, I know. Wonder, do you know what we're waiting on at the moment? Okay.
Wasn't on cast, so we got some information.
Oh. Right.
Got some information for you, stream. We're about to start this game, but it seems like a little issue getting all the teams for this particular one together. We had them until suddenly they disappeared. Mysterious, just like Dimly. Where's your cams, Dimly?
I don't know. I've been having issues with streaming in the last few months. I don't know what the. I gotta actually like sit down one day and figure out all the kinks to get up and running again.
I thought it was just to build the mystery, to open up the stream and there's my face, but who's that mystery voice? Maybe I thought maybe you're doing kind of like a reverse of your whole echo stuff, and now you're actually going to become the voice only. No one knows your face or your real name.
Well, it's my avatar. I have not changed. I have not changed my body. Excuse me. In the real world in game, since I put on the Rust Runners kit. That is all I wear. Everyone says, "You look plain," and I go, "No, I represent. I represent." Okay, Rust Runners
Always.
On top all day. The corn lobby is out of control. Actually, fun. So there's not that many. Okay. There is actually an Easter egg under the club district. There's a chair there that some folks have had a name for, and there was a can of corn sitting next to the chair. And I was offended by that can of corn. So
who wouldn't be?
I did something about it.
Who wouldn't be, Dimwee? Perfectly reasonable reaction to cans of corn. I just used one on my soup that I made about an hour ago. True story.
The only good corn is a cooked and eaten corn.
It is cooked and at least half eaten. Can confirm.
Even the camera gets falling around. I gotta hide. I gotta go hide.
Yeah, I was listening to the players in the game too. Every time they're seeing the cameras there, especially Dimwee's, they're just crowding around him in the game right now. I took the strategic approach and went way to the sky, although someone has just found me, so I'm leaving.
Wonder, could we show the crowd? Because there is a bunch of people in the game. That's something to look at.
It might be getting tired of me right now, Wonder.
Give some FOMO to the folks sitting at home, not waiting in person. Matches got updated. Looks like we're gonna move into another round. This game in progress. Arena 1, Wonder, Orbital, and Unspoken.
All right, so maybe new matches underway
right
here soon.
Of our game, the players are sizing up their opening moves.
All right, cool. All right. So we got Orbital. I can't say the whole name. Orbital, if somebody could get us the whole name of the team, and Unspoken. But it's Orbital on the left in red and Unspoken on the right in blue, Palador.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you. And thank you, stream and chat there for bearing with us a little bit here. Again, Pioneer Cup, so, this is the time to, start anew, figure things out. So apologies for the little bit of delays, but hang in with us. So we appreciate you tremendously.
That's going to be, it looks like Orbital in possession, bringing it into the Unspoken zone, setting up for a goal. Oh, good defensive play there by Unspoken to turn that one back around, get an opportunity here into the offensive zone against Orbital.
All right, and it is Toast with the ball, right? Right.
Yes.
Okay, Toast with the ball, trying to make some bread here. Oh, and that's money on the putback.
Wow,
will be the score right back again, a few seconds in.
Yeah, Orbital going to go up 1-0 as we get this, the kickoff. What do we call? I don't have a name for it. Do we have a name for it at the start of it? Because it's not a joust, certainly, as Cam will get that one cleared all the way down to Toast.
Yeah, Cam looking good for the Cams on that defensive play. Back to the midfield now is Toast, and Toast sending one over to that right side. And will be taken in by Glaffire. They have some options and lots of crowding, but no goals quite yet. So trying to collect themselves, collect the ball, and right back at it again in that left trench.
Another opportunity here. It's going to be Lardis setting that one in. Ooh, gets by the goalie, Seibel. And that'll be a 2-point lead here to Orbital. Going into the, in this first round, I believe best of 3, right, Palador?
Best of 5 here, 5-minute rounds, and that's another score quickly on that recovery. Wow, didn't we?
It's in! Sorry. It's so hard not to just repeat the things I hear when it's in my own voice. As Matt will turn this one around. Orbital, another opportunity. looking to get this one in. No, Sorks stops that one right at the edge of the defensive zone, turning that one around. Cannot get it by Toast. And then, of course, it's Toast 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1. As Mats will turn this one around now for Orbital.
I'll just go with Toast 1 to the 10th power or something like that. As it goes right back into the red zone and the end zone. Sable will try to take the ball now. Gets disabled by Toast. Toast taking it back. Some nice mobility. Looking for a pass. No one quite home, although they will be recovered by Matt. Matt now looking to attack. Make that Glaffire as a great pass. And that was a gem. Call it a Sapphire even. Beautiful score.
What a goal.
And we might be backwards here. I believe it's actually Orbital on the right and Unspoken on the left. I think the teams are mirrored on that board outside. So I apologize for that. That is on me. What's that? What's that, Wonder? Yeah. They were backwards. So Unspoken on red, Orbital on blue. Apologies for that. Thank you, chat, for calling that one out. And
cheers, chat.
Yeah, no, sorry. Unspoken has 4. Orbitals has 0. Unspoken on the left in orange. Orbital's taking a shot. As Mats will get that one stopped, turn that one around. And an opportunity now for Unspoken.
All right, well, back down the floor. Some dribbles there, but just right into the faces of a few defenders. So Lardis will get the ball there over to Sorks, but just beyond the reach and goes sinking, running out of that gasoline there. Definitely trying to manage that as Glaffer will try to get that score again, just driving it directly in, but loses the handles just briefly, and wow, a little underhanded touch, and just enough for the score at the top.
And thank you, CJ, in the chat. CJ the caster, giving us the confirmation that the teams are indeed backwards, as they were. Sorry, we do have it corrected now. As Glaff here, who I think I have played with, in ranked possibly, gets another goal. Unspoken will get the mercy here in this first round in this best of 5, Palador.
Oh, goodness me, that was a just relentless assault there. You know, not even needing the whole 5 minutes. Of course, it is a best of 5, excuse me, as we mentioned before. You know, 5-minute round, so it's a brisk pace here, especially with the running clock there. So time will just keep on ticking by, and unfortunately, unable to get any kind of momentum there. You know, they're just able to cause a lot of turnovers and capitalize on goal after goal after goal, it seems, and really feeling good to start things off in this first round. Yeah,
it was phenomenal. First round there, and seeing so many. I'm just back on seeing all the folks hanging out, because it's an actual audience experience where you're watching the game, but then also when you pop up here and you're looking at folks, they're literally hanging out on top, just having a social experience.
Right.
So exciting first round, but really exciting to see a live audience. I just got to keep going back to that because it's just so cool. It's just so cool, Palador.
Yeah, absolutely. Just seeing them cheering up top there. It's even cooler, again, just being a part of that in the game. You know, of course, watching it here on YouTube and chat as we get underway with a new round. You know, wherever you're watching it, we're glad to have you. But here we go, back in game. Let's see. Orbital's able to make more of a fight of this round. It's a nice slapper out of the goal, but right back in on the return, it was Andre with a first score.
Yeah, there was a good stop there by the goalie, but then Andre coming in to follow through on that one. Orbital getting their first goal of the game, of the matchup, and maybe even of the tournament, if this is still their first, the first round here. Oh, ceiling carve there, making me feel inadequate. Big shot! And that's going to be Unspoken, tying this one up 1-1.
That's one of those things that you can definitely notice that separates the experienced players, you know, from others. It's just able to get that maneuverability, the carve ability, dive and duck and dodge and weave and play dodgeball against all these defenders, didn't we? Really nice to see that kind of skill here, even early on in the grand scheme of things in this game.
It is really nice to see a big stop there by the defense. One of the things I like to see when I'm browsing TikTok is the high skill highlight reels. You know, and even though like I used to cut highlight reels of my own, I know you can pick and choose, but even so, it's showing that top level of the gameplay, no matter how rare it is to see or how competent someone is at executing it. It's so cool to see those highlight reels of that top level play, ceiling carves, and big jukes, even when my own ankles are constantly broken, as Glafir will get this one picked up for Unspoken, turning it around and sending that one down. What a pass there to Toast. 1-1-1-1-1-1-1-1.
Indeed, to the 10th power, and now to the 10th floor, back to the first, going high to low, and now trying to get it by. Oh, what a beautiful pass! Oh, squeaked by two defenders, but the finish wasn't there. That was a clip and a half waiting to happen, but nonetheless maintaining possession on this side for a brief moment as it gets slapped back to Toast, and they're going to have another go.
Yeah, it was back to mid, and so it'll be Orbital, with possession only for a moment. Toast picking that one up. At the edge of the neutral zone. Andre trying to make something happen, but no, Toast coming away with it. Toast coming up. Good defensive play there by Sorks as Matt's moving on in. 1v2, v4, 3v4. They'll get it past the goalie there. Cam not able to get the stop on it. So Cybele will take that one.
Yeah, nice goal there, and just seeing as they went up for the impending volleyball spike, the defense just freezing and kind of saying their prayers there. It was definitely a tough situation for the defense, and now maybe another one as the defense, well, they will give up another goal to your favorite player there, Dimwee. Toast, 1-1-1. I'm tired already.
Tired indeed. The Toast is not tired. Oh, bonk in the head there. Cybele, though, getting the slap on, trying to get that one still forward. Lotus getting there. No, it'll be Glyfer with the pickup. Glyfer moving on in, looking to make this one hurt.
Wow.
And does. And that'll be a 3-point lead now to Unspoken. What's that, 4-1, I believe?
Yeah, some great and fast, frantic gameplay coming in. Just scoring over and over and over. The pacing of this game definitely quick, didn't we?
Definitely quick as Toast, turning that one around. Another opportunity for Unspoken. Moving on in, looking for a soft little back pass. Big setup there, Glyfer. Not able to get that one in, though. Sorks picks that one up for Orbital, turning it around and looking for some pass option. Sends that one deep in, though. Read there by Mats. As Mats will turn it around, looks for an opportunity on the goalie. Sends it, goes high, or is that a pass? As Toast will get that one picked up on the far side, Palador.
Yeah, the eyes just went up a little bit. Might have been a pass, and just reading the body language. Another beautiful thing about VR and VR sports, just you can see the intent just in how they move, the subtle movements there. Right now, some not so subtle movements as everyone piles up and just tries to slap that ball out of the dog pile. Back into the sewer it goes, and contested heavily, but coming away with it, it's Mats again. There's a pass to Glafire, and will fire, but misfire as it goes back to the trench.
Their far side, the Toast there once again. Toast playing both sides of the arena very effectively. And wasn't my favorite player, but now that you said it, it's just going to have to be. No, I'm just kidding, of course. They're all phenomenal players. Everybody phenomenal in this game. The Glyfer moving on in. Gets it by the goalie. That's going to be a 4-point lead. It's it!
That's still trippy hearing that in game and then hearing you say it next to me, but all the same. You're right, Dimwee, in the cast. You're right, Dimwee, in game. Correct on all accounts.
That was one. I don't know. Uh-oh. Ooh, off the post. Good stop there by the goalie. Another stop, Andre. We'll get that one sent out. Mats, though, stops it from getting away. No, it's going to be Sorks turning it around. Sorks sending it. Sorks sending it. Is it going to be on? No, it's just going to be wide. Toast will get there to slap that one away. But that was a one. I don't know how I got my voice as high as I did in some of those lines because I cannot repeat it. Like that. It's in. Like, see what my voice just does not work. And two. Oh, is that the end of the round? There you go. Unspoken will take this one 5-1. And all these lines are recorded in a booth where everybody outside could hear me, but I didn't know that till like 2.5 hours in. It was quite the revelation.
Well, there you go. Live shown you didn't even know. Just like this one, though. Showing up there for a surprise cast. Oh, Pally Dimwit Classic and Unspoken there taking that win in that round. Still, again, best of 5 scenarios, so there's still time for the Orbital Olympians to get some scores on the board there and maybe make a fight of this one. But Unspoken thus far looking very well in control with that handling. They're causing an awful lot of turnovers. And not only that, they're capitalizing on said turnovers with quick scores.
Yeah, I mean, Orbital has had some phenomenal opportunities in the offensive zone. They just haven't been able to follow through on those attempts. Whereas you watch Unspoken come in, they'll miss the first 1 or 2 shots. They'll bounce off that back wall, but then of course they pick it right back up, and they're able to follow through and just get it in, get it past those goalies. So just some more persistence from Orbital. I think we'll get some more goals on the board for them here as we start round 3.
They're off like a rocket.
All right, here we go, and off like a rocket indeed, game Dimwee, as we'll be sent up there from two Mats, and Matt over to Lardas, to Glaffire, and I like this control. Look at just everyone touching the ball there, cycling that, I almost called it a disc, that ball around very well, Dimwee.
Yeah, that was some beautiful cycling. That was a masterclass, in fact, because what I remember, one of the when I was would give advice on the old game was the fact that you don't always have to be moving forward. You can cycle it backwards, and that gets that's where your the open opportunities come in the offensive zone. You pull that defense out as they chase down those back passes, and you get something like that to happen. As we get another goal here, it's going to be the first goal of round 3 going to Unspoken.
All right, Unspoken well in control of this match so far, and in control, at least right now, of this third round, but the folks on Orbital trying to change their fate just a bit. As from the underside, though, having it overtaken, there's Mats, and Mats with an open goal and splash! Getting that goal, and not sure if that was a goal celebration or just adjusting the headset, but nonetheless, a nice hit there from Matt Skoning.
Yeah, going to quickly go up 2-0 here. Off. So I do believe it turns back around and back of the offensive zone, off of the post there. Cam, oh no, not able to get that one out. It will instead go in. That's going to be a 3-point lead to Unspoken.
Yeah, very punishing on these turnovers here, but more so than anything, we talk about the positioning of Unspoken's side. So for Orbital's side, it's okay to lose the ball on those turnovers, but the important thing is having somebody there to recover, because they've conceded a couple of those goals now in a row, but where the turnover happens, but then there's no one quite back in time, unlike that time, where, see, they do have the rotation of the goalkeeper, and that's as important as anything. Just have that positioning, not just on offense, but on defense.
Yeah, rotation absolutely necessary. One of the first skills you have to learn when playing comp. Glafer looking for a shot, not able to fall through on it as it came off the wall again. This one to the near side as Lardis looking to set that one up, sends it high. Andre, though, gets there instead, clears it up. There's Toast once again. A phenomenal backline play or midline play by Toast as sending it back now. Glafer moving on in. Looking for some pass opportunities as Lardis far side sends it to Lardis, but no, Sorks will get there first, though not able to get it out of the zone. Opportunity for Unspoken. No, Unspoken gets it back, sends it up. Lardis, no, what a play there by Seibel for Orbital, turning that one around, bringing it on down. Will they get the shot? No, big stop there once again by Toast, but some more follow through there by Orbital. But there is Unspoken once again in control.
Yeah, and Seibel doing a good job that back line. And as you mentioned, also just having that control, the awareness to find the teammates even after losing the ball for a brief moment, and just finding the right zones to deliver that ball and those passes to. You can see now they're working their offense a little bit, although they just lose it here. But again, just trying to find those openings and reset when necessary, pass it to the side, not always moving in that straightforward motion, and definitely bringing some more success.
Except right there, of course, as you're saying it, they walk it right on in and take it. Is that a 4-point lead? Or did I have my notes wrong? No, yeah, 4-point lead. Oop. As they're moving on. Excuse me, Orbital. Nope. Whoa, excuse me. I was wrong. Wonder, you corrected. Who corrected me? I was only wrong. Yeah, it's 5-point lead.
Well, anyway, mathematical something is afoot here as we hit another turnover here off of this launch, if you can call it a launch, and they will be launching forward almost for a goal from the half court. But indeed, the momentum firmly in the hands and the win firmly in the hands of Unspoken.
Yeah, Unspoken will get this one 3-0. Fortunately, Orbital only able to get one over that round. But of course, this is a Swiss bracket, so nobody is eliminated after that first round. They get to continue playing. And of course, as you go on through the day, the matches will get closer and closer, and more exciting for everybody involved, Haldor.
Absolutely. Well done to Unspoken, though, and they will move forward feeling good for whatever awaits them on the other side of this tournament. There's certainly a strong start. I mean, to score, again, 5-minute rounds, to be scoring a total of 6, 12, 17 points there in the span of 15 minutes. It's very effective, efficient gameplay. Not wasting any time and scoring in bunches, according to what we witnessed in the OCE stream earlier on in the day, right? We saw a lot of lower scoring games, generally competitive ones, but lower scoring. But that was just a breakneck pace there for Unspoken.
Yes, it was. Very, very well played by Unspoken, and just phenomenal control. I'm curious to see how deep they go into this. Well, I guess how high they rise in the standings throughout the day. And of course, you can check that out. Go over to VRML, VRML.com, and the website. There's a link in the announcement that'll take you to the Pioneer Cup page, and there you'll find on brackets where you can follow along in the Swiss-style tournament today. And of course, tomorrow you'll see round robin and then a playoffs and finals. So be sure to come back tomorrow. And then of course we've got all the tournaments throughout the tournament next month, or the end of this month, and then the VRML Con stuff coming up after that. Probably.
Yeah, a lot to follow this one. Indeed, the Pioneer Cup, the first of many, without a doubt, and the first of many casts. Hope to get with Sir Dimwee here. But that said, Dimwee, anything else you want to shout out, or we'll otherwise head over to an intermission, I do believe, and organize our next matchup to come.
No, nothing else to shout out, but I am going to be trying to hop out after this one.
Okay.
So, thank everybody.
It was an amazing time, Dimwee. Let's do it again.
Yes.
Promise me on stream, live in front of everyone else, we'll do it again, please.
Absolutely, of course. Oh yeah, with the camera. Yeah, like I said, I'll be taking a day sometime soon to get everything figured out, because streaming has been fun for me the last few weeks for some reason. But yeah, no, certainly we'll be doing it again. I'll be back today. I'll be back doing it again later today. Maybe not with Palador, but I'll be back for the North America stream. I don't know what you're going to get for Palador.
Oh, I'll be awake somehow. Don't worry about me. See you there in that case, Dimwee. You know how it is.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, guys. Thanks for watching. Thanks chatting there. We see Swag War stopping by, Pebbles as well. Loving the duo, loving the gameplay. And indeed, shout out to you guys. Thank you very much. We will be back with another round to come of some exciting Orion Drift gameplay here in the Pioneer Cup. But until then, don't go too far. Grab a drink. We'll be back soon.
Only Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Wow. VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one champion can be crowned.
Want to throw your hat in the ring? Use the VRML Discords to find a team of fellow attendees and sign up using the form in the server. Just remember, all players must have tickets and be attending the event to sign up. Online players will not be eligible for the Phoenix stage.
VRMLCon 2025 is shaping up to be the event of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance for an unforgettable VR experience. Get your tickets and sign up for the Phoenix Invitational today.
Prepare to
Only
start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one champion can be crowned.
Want to throw your hat in the ring? Use the VRML Discords to find a team of fellow attendees and sign up using the form in the server. Just remember, all players must have tickets and be attending the event to sign up. Online players will not be eligible for the Phoenix stage.
VRMLCon 2025 is shaping up to be the event of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance for an unforgettable VR experience. Get your tickets and sign up for the Phoenix Invitational today.
All right, hello everybody. Welcome back to VRML Pioneer Cup 2025. We have Orion Drift, of course, back with more gameplay here shortly. In fact, the second round of gameplay between Party Poopers and Nova X. Will be just me on the booth for this one. Sir Dimwee/Dimwat had to go, do Dimwee things, which is to say, he's a busy man, but I think we'll see him a little bit later too on some more streams, so don't you worry. Definitely good getting those streams back. That said, on Party Poopers, Nova X, let's see, who won that first round here? Party Poopers, it looks like there. So, again, bear with us through our Pioneer stream of sorts, a little bit of a figuring of things out on multiple ends of that matter. But appreciate your guys' patience. So we'll cast what we can, highlight what we can, and I think it'll be good. We're still having fun here. Glad to see you guys also back in chat once more. Welcome, welcome. About to start off this next
They're
round
off like a
of
rocket.
So off to the races here, Nova Party Poopers. And it will be, let's see. Entity there. Right in with the ball there. And then being taken now back by Ray and overtaken there by Tropy. And Pebbles now, who we saw a little earlier in the chat actually. So nice to see a little transition from chatter to player and seeing if they can wrangle in some goals. But unfortunately that one was saved. But nonetheless, it's going back into the arms. And almost into the goal as nice one there. Making that first point.
Amazing.
Just bear with us, guys. Again, just trying to figure
We're
out
back on
the
it. Oh, here we go.
teams here. I believe that was Party Poopers there with that first score. With that said, it will be Mr. Waddles with the ball there, taking it in. And up top, going to Rated. Rated having it stolen, however, it goes deep into the midfield now and underneath a trench. Of course, in this 4v4 game mode, the arena size has expanded, and Pebbles now trying to expand the point totals for their team, but some nice dribbling, but had it taken away as Pebbles now will carve right through the bottom, looking to maybe reset it here for their team, but good defense there from Nova to put at least some brief stoppage on those plays. Pebbles with the deep heave over there, a long heave in fact, as it's overtaken and slapped up. Nice passing, nice ball movement, cycling the ball, but the defense cutting him off pretty well. Waddles with a pass right back to Pebbles. Really love the organization, and will it lead to the goal? No, sir. Glitch is there with the defense and back into the midfield. Now dribbling around and carving is Pebbles. Obviously a very mobile player early on, really getting anything they want and getting everywhere they want, more importantly with that clever mobility. Pebbles with wow, what a shot, slicing it through that tight angle, getting above the goal and getting the ball right where it needs to be. So beautiful hit there as now F7 Killer will take over the ball handling duties off this initial joust of sorts, if you will. But having it almost overtaken there by the stun, but the tackle rather, as Glitch now getting tackled just the same. So it does result in a turnover. Nicely done there as Logan sends it over to Waddles. Waddles just waving off the defender and backs it out to that mid lane, going over the bridge and sending it to the opposite side. Some great spacing as Pebbles now sends it off to Logan. And Logan, it's in. They're looking good over on the side of Party Poopers, trying to poop on the party of Nova, it would seem. But Nova still in this match here, looking to come back as Tropic, perhaps, will take control of the ball just for the briefest moment as it's taken back, unfortunately for them, by Party Poopers. Some quick dribbles, quick handles, and no one there to save the day. Party Poopers going up 4 on that play.
That curious green crystal we found in the parkour district has certainly got everyone.
So back up now to the deep end, trying to stave off a potential mercy situation if they can. And Nova just trying to put together some plays here. And Pebbles, though, a little pushback, a stiff arm, if you will. The defense now trying to get back into the goal and stop this fast and furious player from getting any more of an advantage. But Pebbles really showing that ball handling skills. There's the pass once again, and uncovered, recovered for the 5th point. Party Poopers indeed having a party. So Tropy with the ball now on this launch out. Has a teammate in tow, but will be overtaken there by Waddles, it looks like. Entity slapping it high. Now down towards that left corner. And a slap back ultimately towards the midfield. So teams now sprinting down the floor. There's Logan with a recovery and the nice carve. Hands it off to Pebbles, doing their thing. The defense trying to bother. Some tackles underway and at least causes the disruption. Nicely done from Nova to disrupt. Will be taken back and almost into the goal, but nice save. Oh, but the recovery, the rebounded goal going in. That will be the round going in for Party Poopers. So some nice defensive plays, but just could not quite put a stop to the rebound. And we see that a lot in Orion Drift. We saw that a lot in Echo back in the day, right? Where, you have some good defense, but ultimately, what can you do when the rebounders come in, right? you feel so pumped up as a goalie getting that first slap, but all of a sudden, just another one's coming right back into your grill. So Party Poopers with a strong statement of a round that time, taking the second. But indeed, lots of metas to be figured out still, of course, and as the tournament goes on, the Swiss bracket today on Saturday. On Sunday, day 2 will be round robin across our 3 regions. We had our Oceania Cups earlier on, of course, and our European Cup currently, with the US/America's Cup starting in about 5 hours or so from now. But indeed, lots of time to figure things out for Nova X, of course. And for everyone involved for that matter, right? Like you see these metas developing pretty darn quickly. But that said, I think there's still a really high skill ceiling that's yet to be reached when it comes to Orion Drift. The gameplay here just incredible, but still yet developing. The strategy's still developing. But what I do like to see from teams at this moment in time is just that the good spacing. We're really seeing a lot of that from the Party Poopers here. The way they spread the floor, they're not too panicked. They're passing, they're going left, right, and center. That kind of triangle offense they're working of sorts, and it's been working wonders for them. That said, defense being disrupted there. Entity, good job on the disruption. Back into the other side, though. We'll be taken back towards the middle, towards the sewers, that is. And players just trying to maneuver around. Entity cleverly maneuvering for a while, but could not deny Ray for all too long, as that is a long heave overtaken there by Pebbles. So now Pebbles wrangling control of the ball, going, and will it be goaling? Yes, sir! Party Poopers, courtesy of Pebbles, up by the first points in round 3. So Troppy with the initial attempt here to get that first score. A good idea on the pass, but a little bit too far, and right into the hands of Pebbles, who cut it off in an instant and cut that out. Wow, that's a clip and a half from Pebbles from the half-court mark. Incredible hits, back-to-back Party Poopers and Pebbles. The delivery.
Balls in play.
So as the defense here scrambles back into the goal, nearly giving that one up. That was a good attempt there. So we'll be Killer with the ball, just briefly trying to contest Pebbles, and back into the midfield. There's Troppy. Troppy trying to find an option, but opts to just clear it waywards and maybe race down the floor to recover it themselves. And they do. Nice carving, nice maneuverability, but cutting off was the defense there in a hurry. Now Pebbles, the player of the hour here, got a couple in a row, and will continue the roll. No! Wow, that bounced down, left, and up, but not into the center of the goal. But nonetheless, they'll maintain that control. Back to Ray. Ray with a play. Slapped, though, away by F7 Killer. Now, Entity B trying to see what they can do on the defensive end. So, indeed, the gameplay here is just fast and frantic, as mentioned before. Possession changing at a split-second instant. The defense trying to recover, and they do. Beautiful save there coming in. I believe it was Troppy with the save, slapping it out, but unfortunately cannot get it quite out of their end zone, as Pebbles will regain the control of the ball, and that's been a frequent case, it seems like. You can see them scurrying around on the floor like a pest. Indeed, pest is what they would describe him as, I think, if you're Nova X. Like, just cannot stop the movement of Pebbles at the moment. So that will be 3 points with about 2 minutes left in this third round. Best of 5. Party Poopers in fairly firm control, as Logan now takes the initiative, seeing if they can take that goal. Will get tackled out, but Pebbles now from the high end of things. A little high on the shots. They return a bit wide. Entity B stacked up there with Troppy and looking to maintain control, regain control. So now back up to the ceiling, a quick tap, nifty move to find the open teammates. And that's a lovely thing you like to see. The teammates on Party Poopers are not getting too panicked. Even when it devolves into kind of those clusters, those dog piles, the teammates on the rest of the floor, as we see nearly a score, they're content with waiting in their post, waiting in their position, trusting that their teammate's going to recover that ball and going to be able to deliver it to them in a really good place to put them in position for scores. So even though they haven't done so yet, take that back, sure have, as Party Poopers now go up with the 4th point, about a minute left. But again, you see how they played that. They really maintained control on this side of the floor for an eternity, it felt like. And even when the ball was loose multiple times, didn't panic. They just had that great spacing to allow themselves some breathing room once the dog piles deform. So up against time, certainly, and a very tough defense as well. Nova just trying to get their first score here on this round. Only 30 seconds left to do so. And now Ray will try to maneuver around with a little heave, a beautiful pass, actually, picture perfect to Pebbles. It's a lot of P's and a lot of pleasing plays for Party Poopers. 5 points, looking like they will not quite achieve the mercy win here, but they will claim themselves 5 very beautiful and effective points as the clock winds down on the third round. So 2 seconds, 1, and that will be done, it seems. Congrats to Party Poopers for a very effective win. What can you say? They really did everything they needed to do. Defensively, they locked down. Offensively, they had the ball control. So I won't go over it too much more and repeat myself. But again, I think for people watching at home, for players watching at home who are interested in competitive play, you really should watch what the Party Poopers were able to do there, because just again, compared to the public play that you might be used to, competitive, you're going to really see those passes emphasized so much more, the positioning emphasized so much more, where you're never going straight forward, beelining all the time. You're always looking left, right, center, up, and down for that spacing, those triangles or squares, formations of teammates positioned, just to spread the defense, spread the floor, give yourself breathing room. For Nova X, they had some attempts certainly on those launches, looking for those passing plays, but again, Party Poopers also cut off with some of those longer passes as well, so just really making it a tough effort. But I think they really put on a good demonstration for those interested in comp play on just how to space yourself, how to place yourself, and kind of remain calm and collected in the midst of that chaos that can really be present a lot of times in Orion Drift, because it is a fast game for sure. But that said, we will head over to the intermission here shortly again and look for ourselves a new game. Lots of matches happening, and so we'll try to organize ourselves there. But again, thank you guys for stopping by in the chat. We see Pebbles back in the chat again. Welcome back, and Glitched as well. And yeah, good games, guys. No shame in the game, huh? Just happy to have you on cast. And I think every single game, win or loss, learning experiences for sure. And still fun nonetheless, and hope to see you guys again on the stream soon. But that said, yeah, we'll go to a brief intermission, hopefully brief intermission. Don't forget we have our other channels active as well here on the VRML network. So, if one is looking for a new game and, you're twiddling your thumbs thinking, I want to watch some more Orion Drift, well, just stop on channel B or C. You have some options for sure. But from the main channel here, we'll be right back in hopefully a few minutes with another game. Stay tuned. right, well, welcome
Ladies
back
and gentlemen,
once again,
we are go
ladies
for
and gentlemen,
launch.
and everyone at home watching here on the stream. Appreciate you for joining us. We're in the match in progress once more, just getting right back into it. So here we go. We have Poise versus Orion Lock here in Orion Drift Pioneer Cup. And right underway, this is round 2. And ready, 1 point on the board for Poise, potentially. Round 2, though, 5-minute rounds here, of course, best of 5 situation. And then we'll be taken here by Zenith and sent into that side. So the teammates forming here, high and low. Again, talk about that spacing just before we exited the last match, and there it is again. Oh, interesting bounce there. The initial miss high, and then just bounce right into the opposite hand for a quick tap into the goal. Not sure if it was intended, but it was certainly effective, and they'll claim themselves that first point after all for Poise. Maintaining that poise, I guess. Nonetheless, fast is the gameplay as always here, overtaken nearly as a deep slapper, and is that a shot? Oh, just a little wide by a hair, missing that opportunity at a beautiful goal. As the ball now still dangerously around that goal and will result in the slapper to tie it up. Orion Lock now back on the board.
Drift ball frenzy restarts.
What's up to Martini in the chat as well. Jucifer, nice to see you again. Rainsy also. Glad to see you guys. Indeed, we're going hard today with all these matches across OCE, EU, and NA. Lots of matches to be had, and lots more to come. Oh, that's redundant. Lots of matches had and lots more to come. You know what I mean. It's late. But that said, it's Ebro not too late on the recovery, trying to get it back, and does so. A nice pass as well. Great floor awareness from Ebro, but also great awareness from OL Shot to get the ball back for a moment. As you can see, possession just changing back and forth in a quick instant as it's slapped into the goal. Flying by efficiently, effectively, nonchalantly almost, while all the players were focused on where the ball was going. Well, they were already there for the putback, and you gotta love it. Am I casting NA, Rainsy? Yeah, of course. Casting everything until the voice dies. That said, in the bottom here, underneath that bridge, ball getting lost just a bit. Danny Gunn, with a gun of an arm, it seems like a big slap, underhanded in fact. Kind of an unusual shot style to see, but they had some speed on it, so nonetheless could not get past the defense on that opportunity. We'll try for another one. There's the entire team there forming. And Ebro now retreating, maybe trying to offer some space for some passes, potentially. A nice cutoff, indeed. And again, the spacing, this time on defense, actually pretty nice. Just making sure that they don't leave the goals completely uncovered. They back up, they offer some avenues for passing and what have you. As Zenith now being contested quite a bit by Ulshot. So back into the mix. Ebro trying to chase that down. Back into possession now. The Poise up by 1 point with only 1:46 left. These quick, fast-firing rounds here, 5 minutes. Poise taking that first round, currently up by a point, seeing if they can claim some more here in a second. Some good defense there shown as Danny Guns for it. Now with the ball, trying a south pass, clever maneuvers. This Danny Gun, though, will intercept. And Mark just showing the ball handling skills there. A lot of self passes, a lot of dribbling. Will it provide the score, though? Not quite. Some nice displays, but not quite the finish. A lot of defense in the way indeed. As a pass, a slapper, and a clear intercepted back up to the other end. Quick on the fire, and a little bit too cluttered to make that pass attempt, it seems like. Good job by the defense to close off. So now Mark will take it over, but Zenith shoving him out of the way, one-handed stiff arm of sorts as they try to get that ball right back. Now skating right down the floor, losing the handles just briefly, and Zenith there to overtake. Saw that well read from the distance and just read where that pass was going, able to intercept. But back into the midfield will be Zenith now from high, a good read. Has some options. But indeed the defense there just overtaking, collapsing on them. 3 players now. Ulshot at the forefront of it, trying to collapse on that ball. Now back into the midfield once again as a Nile Dash, trying to play some denial defense. But back into the midfield again. Not to repeat myself all too much, but indeed the ball at the moment one of those lower scoring games, as maybe one more from up top, and actually does squeeze it in. Goodness gracious, right at the last second there, looked like. But nonetheless, Poise there taking another round. And yeah, well done to them, showing that Poise indeed, the pace of these games, so it's always frantic, it's always fast paced. You can never really sit around for too long or even blink for that matter. But in this case, the scoring pace, not too much compared to our last streams. We saw some of those mercy wins there from our previous teams. With that one, a bit lower scoring, a bit more defensive. Yeah. But back to the chat for the briefest moment, I do suppose. And see again, Martini there. We create a GIF dance of me, says Rainsy. Maybe we could do that. General Aqua, what's up? Welcome to the stream. And yeah, calling out Dimwee was here earlier for that first stream. And you can expect to see and hear more of Sir Dimwee later on, or Sir Dimwat as the case may be, later on in the NA streams, I do believe. So indeed, you'll hear more from your favorite casters in a little bit. But Gaming Tim also in the chat. What's up? Welcome, welcome, welcome. And welcome to the third round. Poise taking position with the 2 wins so far in this best of 5. Orion Lock trying to lock in some goals if they can. So let's see what this initial joust provides. It's Danny Gunn and, not quite. But it will be Ebro trying to maintain possession there. But Shot now looking for the shot potentially. Had a little bit of an angle, but the goalie was there. A pass risky, a pass to make, and would not complete. So Ebro once again with possession, slapping it deep into the mid lane. Overtaken by Pan. Now back into Mark's arms, and the goalkeeper there, Ebro, saying, "No, bro, what's up?" Got that great slapper of a save deep into the other end zone now, as Zenith will recover, but a goalkeeper indeed playing, so they'll have to reset back. A nice move there, Ebro going left, going right, down middle, and the score for Poise. Destroys.
Play kicks off.
And see chat there talking about Echo and missing Echo a bit, and I was saying it earlier, I'll say it again, the more I play and the more that I cast Orion Drift, the more it also gives those homey feels, the times of yore. And that is not quite a score coming in, but another attempt here on the rebound. But indeed, it feels good. It looks good. That shot almost, but taking a rough bounce, recovery, a two-handed recovery, but still no goal. Attempting it once again, the nice persistence. I'll see if they can claim their goal, their first one here, if possible. Racing down the floor, however, it's Mark showing some speed, but Zenith marking the ball, and Danny as well. Little fist bump on the ball towards the mid lane and back into the sewers. So some speed, trying to pick up some of that momentum, carve around, but overtaken by the defense. Now back into the middle, there's Zenith disrupting, trying to find somebody, but nobody home. And unfurling into one of those dog piles as we see at times. One of the things I do find funny, earlier I almost called the ball a disc just from old Echo muscle memory. But the funny thing about that is just because of in Echo Cast before, people would the junk if they accidentally called the disc a ball, and now I feel like it's reversed. Now there's going to be instances of accidentally calling the ball a disc. Life is funny sometimes, but this game is definitely a fun cast, a frantic cast. A big dog pile forming up. It looked like 6 or 7 players were all in that pile. Then they kind of realized quickly that, we should probably spread the floor a little bit, and they do just that. So trying to make a entry point somewhere in here. I do like how they're spacing out, but the defense doing well to cut off the initial attempts. Now a deep slap down. Is it good? Maybe, maybe. No, baby. It's back to the top now as Danny Gunn tries to get it, but overtaken by Mark. And back into the midfield. So Sentry with the eyes open appropriately, true to the name, looking for Ebro. Ebro might have themselves a one-on-one, but no, the defense closing in now, and the handles being briefly lost as unsuccessful drive there. Could have been something, but not quite. Again, it's tough because with Orion Drift compared to your typical esports and typical VR esports. There's just so much to handle here. You're considering the defensive positioning, the offensive positioning. Not only that, you're considering your movement, you're maintaining momentum, maintaining ball control with the dribbles. There's so much going into even the most basic of plays in Orion Drift all at once. You really have to have that focus and that coordination. And it is a tall task indeed, but these players manage to do it so very often. But a nice score there to get on the board, and an important one actually for Orion Lock, because that will lock in the tie with only a minute remaining in the third round. Again, best of 5. So if Orion Lock can get some momentum here, some late game momentum, they may be able to make a series out of this yet. Whether an overtime or a victory here soon. Let's see our first fourth round of the series potentially. And of this stream, that is. Zenith, though, trying to deny that opportunity, but will be taken there by... briefly by Pan and Co. They'll send it deep down, but 2 defenders there ready to recover. And disc covering over the midfield, over a few heads. Sentry looking to be the first to maintain, getting that momentum. But Mark kind of shoving him off and sending it off down towards that blue goal. Now a quick dribble, nice tackles though, disrupting the movements. But Mark able to maintain and getting that wall carve in. Again, that momentum so important. Oh, almost cut off by Zenith, but a successful pass to Pan and right into, critically Pan, and they will acclaim that goal. Nicely done right at the end there. I saw the goal explode. Did it not go in? I think it went in. So Orion Lock there, breaking open that goal at the last second. My goodness, what an exciting ending that was. Again, apologies for the little cast and flubs here and there, because still Pioneer Cup and trying to get the the clocks and the things like that underway. Reorganized there. Some of the features not quite complete. Work in progress, as we mentioned earlier. As this arena itself, this whole 4v4 arena that we have for the cast, put together in a very fast order. Of course, Orion Drift still in early access, heavily influenced by the fan feedback and whatnot. So, apologies for those little mishaps here and there. But, that's why it's a Pioneer Cup and not a Veterans Cup. We're still working out the kinks, still getting that experience. So don't you worry. But nonetheless, entertaining round, entertaining game thus far. Where you can find the bracket Crazy Battles, ask in the chat there. Head over there to VRML.com. You can see brackets. I might have some on stream for you potentially too later, but you should see a challenge bracket there on the VRML website, or just as well, if you go check the VRML Orion Drift Discords, you can find it. But that said, here we go, into the 4th round. So great job from Orion Lock to make this a series, and that is a seriously quick goal from Danny. Only, 10-15 seconds in, and already claiming their first one. So Poise right back at it, showing they're not too bothered by that late game loss in the last round. This goes right back into Danny's arms. So being slapped into the midfield, it will be taken by Pan. Already the goalies, though, getting back on the defense. Zenith now forcing the pass, and a beautiful pass it was as they get past the goalkeeper. Orion Lock claiming their first points. And about 45 seconds into this round, so really warming up into things here for Orion, looks like. Maybe some late game comebacks reminiscent of There Is No Team, huh? Back in the Echo days, speaking of, some great matches we've seen in VR esports history, and, even in OCE, recent history, we witnessed a few overtimes or near overtimes and some very close competitive games. So coming right back at it here on the EU side of things as a dash for the goal, but cannot get past. Beautiful save. Possession now maintained, ever so briefly by Zenith, going in circles, making them and me dizzy for that matter, as it will be right back into the red zone. Danny, though, who's had frequent possession of that ball, will dish it off towards that resetter. That's Ebro, that is, in the distance. So some nice spacing there. That back pass will provide some forward motion, but again, the defense just showing their stuff and doing a great job to cut off that goal attempt. But guess who? It's Danny again with that ball for a moment and handing it off to a teammate there. So Zenith now, kind of a fadeaway there. Shot, tight angle, could not quite complete. So we'll be right back into the red zone, but maybe in not quite advise a shot attempt there, as there were 3 defenders already recovered. So 2:48 remaining in this 4th round. Again, best of 5. Orion needs this win, or else Poise will take it. Poise now trying to make a move at the goal. General saying, did you notice Pally says disc? Are you trolling me, or did I really say disc again? Sorry. What a erroneous disc play. And a really terrible pun at that, as Ebro now makes an assault. Oh, and no goal. A beautiful attempt, but just got stopped at the last second. Bulldozed by the goalkeeper in there. Now dashing for the recovery. Has to get it quickly, and a little bit too much sauce, a little too much mustard on that pass, but it will be Danny still able to make up for it and recover. A little underhanded play, underhanded pass off to the distance, but nobody home, so it will be Pan with the ball handling, but losing the handles just for a moment, as Zenith will try to take it and pass it off to Ebro, and likewise, there's a triangle offense, the calm, cool, collected passing that we talked about being so very important here as they space out for a goal. Crunch time and no time at all before the defense recovers. So only 1 minute and 40 seconds remaining. And we're locked in at 1-1. Again, low scoring, but not for a lack of effort. Certainly intense. As it will be back into the trench. Overtaken there. Big dog pile forming. Zenith now at the bridge, able to maneuver around. Few jukes, and maybe juke themselves just a bit, as Mark now gets possession. Mark trying to find a pass, but however takes a erroneous bounce. And both these teams now no doubt sweating just a little bit, realizing we're coming into crunch time. Poise does have that 1-round win advantage, so they're not down and out yet if they lose this round, but certainly for Orion Lock, they have to lock in at the moment. Can't make too many errors in this final minute of play. So as Nile Dash sends it off, will be overtaken now once again, but no teammates in sight there. Kind of a 1-on-3 situation as it gets flung deeply back into the blue zone. And slapped away. 40 seconds remaining. Juice in the chat saying, hydrate every time I say disc. Does that count? Well, in any case, let's see. Quickly now, 30 seconds remaining, so every goal counts. In fact, whatever goal goes in next will be the deciding one at this point. Very likely, as they try to make a play. Ebro, though, maintaining possession, spinning it around like a basketball for just a moment before dishing it off, as Nile Dash tries to make some plays, but losing the boost there. Didn't have any more gas in the tank, it looked like. Only 9 seconds left, so we could be looking at an overtime or just an exciting finish. There they go. There they go. There's the goal, and that's the round. Orion locks it down, and we are indeed going forward. At the end, it would seem. Wow.
Drift ball resumes.
So, actually, that's true. So we do have a chance. Never mind dribbling down the floor, as long as that ball doesn't touch the floor. And it just will right there. Okay. Got to get used to those overtime style as well. Clock expired, but the gameplay did not. Got to hand it to Orion Lock. They are looking perhaps down and out just 10 minutes ago or so, but then back-to-back wins. They made it quite a game. Jucifer in the chat. Disc. I say that because I definitely need a hydrate right now. Thank you. All right. Disc. Okay. Wow. I'm sweating here. Okay, that was a great round. And again, you know, really physical and intense. You know, not high scoring, but the scores that went in, I mean, they mattered a lot more because of that, right? When you have those 2-1 scores and whatnot, 1-1 near overtimes, I mean, every single point is crucial, especially those 5-minute rounds. And, you know, hats off to them. Orion Lock, they really did lock in. So at this point, you know, 10 minutes ago, Poise thought they were going to waltz their way into the next round of matches, you know, with a W here. But Poise now, they really have to find, again, that poise, that balance, and just calm it down a little bit. And I will say they did a really good job of it in the earlier rounds. They were spacing very, very well, generally speaking. But Orion Lock is turning it up a notch, it seems. So, now as this fifth and indeed final round will get underway, it's Danny Gunn from the top being assaulted as Zenith comes away with the ball. Forward they go, a nifty little juke, excuse me, as it will be stolen, though, away right in midair. Of course, boost management, a big thing in Orion Drift, as you can see, and they did see the goal efficiently. Ebro gets the first goal for Poise over on the red.
Drift ball frenzy restarts.
So very well done, and a really good way to start that rhythm, right? Because you lose a couple rounds in a row. It's times like that where the mental game comes into play. You can get a little bit deflated, but able to get the first goal of the 5th round, it will calm you down a little bit, put you more in a position of control and say, okay, guys, let's do this. We can do this. We did it again, in fact. That's back-to-back goals in less than a minute of play in the 5th round. So Poise showing their stuff once more, showing that they were not down and out. They have another gear as well. So Orion Lock needing to rebut and show that intensity that they had the last couple rounds, locking it back down again. But the defense here from Poise causing some turnovers. Now we'll be marking with the I almost said it again, the ball, marking with the ball, passing it off to the side, but a lot of defenders, 3 of them in fact, all collapsing on the play. Now Danny with a nifty little move and a dish off deep down the field. And Perry's will be there to try and collect the ball, but instead going back towards the Poise way. Poise already with 2 points on the board in 2 minutes of play. And here's that fan out. Look at the triangle formation. They have pass left, right, center, but will not provide them the goal. The defense now all collapsing in. 4 goalkeepers essentially for Orion Lock, able to provide some denial. And of course, the thing about this 4v4 stadium, I do believe the goal is a little bit smaller. So those goalkeepers will matter all the more, making it tougher to score for those talented offensive players. Now only 2:47 remaining here in this final round. Will be Danny Gunn pulling away and racing. Ooh, the nice jukes had a bit of a window, and whoa, the window just closing. Almost a highlight play for sure. Buzzing past a couple of defenders, but could not claim that goal. So unfortunately for them, back on the defense it goes. And now Danny with the ball. Danny sending it off to Ebro. Ebro approaching that halo. Opposite side, just missing that pass, however, so now offering the chance for Orion Lock to get on the scoreboard. They need some scores rather quickly, only 2 minutes left, and still with a donut, a 0 on the board. This crucial, vital last round. And that is a vital goal about to be made. Nice put back there, I believe, from Zenith, the Poise player. Just cleaning up a little bit on that long distance heave. Nearly went in on its own. So less than 2 minutes remaining, and that might be the ending here soon, spelling the ending and the doom of Orion Lock, who really showed some great moxie for sure in those last 2 round wins, but have not been able to break the seal, unfortunately, in this 5th round. About 90 seconds remaining. Pan with the approach, and Pan gets locked down. Oh, man. Great defense there from Dash. Nile Dash with a denial defense. Now deep heave there. Oh, an awkward bounce. Could it be? Yes, sirree. I think that's the Orion Drift version of the Zack shot, the cloud shot. My goodness. Is that what I just saw right there? Because that's basically, I'm getting flashbacks from the VRML Echo days on that. What a cloud hit. I didn't know that was a thing in Orion Drift. I'm not sure that the players knew that that was a thing in Orion Drift, but we just saw it. Nice bounce into the goal. And a nice slap away there with only a minute, less than a minute remaining, in fact. Poise now in firm control and looking to take this away. Orion Drift now just playing for the pride points here. Trying to get a score on the board and deny any more scores, and especially any kind of mercy. Ebro on this approach, though. A beautiful pass, beautiful delivery. What can you say? Smooth like butter, cutting through the defense. Poise with 5 points and surpassing their score output from the last couple rounds combined, I believe. So really just breaking things open here in the most clutch of times. So maybe one more attempt at a goal as the time does wind down. But it will indeed be a, looks like, 5-point victory in 5 rounds. What an incredible effort, though, from Orion Lock, just the same. Got to hand it to them. Because, again, they were down and out for a while, and you know, it's easy to get very discouraged about how a match is going when you see, you know, you can't win a round, you're having trouble scoring points, but then to be able to actually come back in round 3 and 4 for Orion Lock, you know, it showed the guts, it showed the, you know, the great mental game to get back into it. But on the flip side, I have to apply that to Poise too, because for as in control as they were, for them to be able to have that good mental game, to lose 2 rounds in a row late, and then come back with a dominant 5th round. Scoring 5 points while holding Orion Lock scoreless. That's some great mental game in itself, and just a great way to kind of push through those mental blocks that can sometimes form when you eat a couple of losses. So a very impressive win there from Poise. Well done to them. And indeed, that will be the match. So we will head towards an intermission here, I think, shortly. But I do want to shout out, of course, VRMLCon 2025 once again. Will be happening in Phoenix, Arizona, my home city, July 25th through 27th. So again, if you haven't bought your tickets yet, you still have time. So go check it out, vrmlcon.com. And we'll have, as you can see there on the splash screen, we have Breachers, Pavlov, Veil, and Onward, and of course Orion Drift headlining those shows over the course of that weekend. A $20,000 prize pool spread amongst the games, and really looking forward to that. Buy your tickets, meet your favorite players, favorite rivals perhaps, meet your casting crews and your moderators as well. It's really a good time, these lands. If you haven't been to one, highly recommend it. This is the, I believe, 3rd annual VRMLCon, and it's just been a joy every single time. So if you've never been to one, don't be scared. I promise you, you'll enjoy it. But that said, we're going to take an intermission now and figure out our next matchup. So don't go anywhere unless it's to our other channels on the VRML network, who are also streaming. We'll be right back. Stay tuned. everybody. Welcome back to VRML Pioneer Cup 2025 for Orion Drift. I'm Palador, joined now in the casting booth by Finto and Wonder T in the cams. Finto, how's it going? Tell us about these teams. You said you know at least some of the players here, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen some of these players around before. Ivy, definitely a name that has been kicking around the EU scene for a while. Some of the EU people will know, and they definitely do not take breaks. They are very dedicated, very good players. I'm looking forward to seeing how they play. Not so much about HOT, but I mean, yeah, looking forward to this game for sure.
Gotcha. Well, we have a lot to look forward to then here, I do suppose. Ivy Cadets, you have Virtual on, you have Taco, Ivy Potato Man, Ivy Mr. Tricks, and Mr. Bear 999. Over on the hot side, we'll get a look at Dylan OD. We have Chiefy Man, Echo the Dragon, Green Smudge, HyperXN, and Plutus VR. So there are your rosters for this next matchup coming up. And by the sounds of it, Finto, it'll be a hot one, a sweaty one, and an educated one here from these cadets. Wait, cadets. I was thinking college. No, cadets, military. Right. Wrong pun, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, well, anyway, yeah, for sure. Good to see what they're going to do. Obviously, Ivy Cadets, I think that is the younger team, smaller team, or beginner team of the Ivy side. Ivy themselves are very skilled, often regarded as some of the top in EU. So, I mean, I guess they are learners in themselves, trying to live up to that big Ivy name.
Absolutely. And we got a lot of teams here from EU and really across our 3 regions. I think EU is somewhere around 50-ish teams or so, if I recall correctly. And that's really a strong start for a game that's still in early access. Strong numbers as well on the viewership end and the participation, and really incredible here for this initial cup. It's exciting to see, exciting times in VR esports.
I mean, yeah, for sure. I mean, we're just experimental early days, obviously testing things out, these new 4v4 arenas, and of course much bigger things to come. And if this is just the beginning, I'm looking forward to what is in store for us.
And Lulz in the chat saying, "What shot?" Yeah, the shot from the last match earlier. Like, I wasn't blind, right? I did see it correctly. There's a chance that, maybe my old age, I've lost my sight too much. But I'm pretty sure that was a what shot, a cloud shot, except the Orion Drift version of it, which was actually insane to see. But it was fun. The Jucifer also in the chat there saying, running off a couple of your absence from casting. Yeah, you know what? Great to be back, though. We're about to start up, it looks like here. So, yeah, great to be back. Good old home cooking feeling being back in the casting booth. Again, it's Haldor here, Wonder of the Cams, and co-casting with me as Finto. And let's go. Take it away, Finto.
Yeah, I mean, kicking it off strong, going straight for the goal. Great pass off to Plutus, and a strong start. Instantly into it, and that is a great way to be starting the game.
Well, you weren't joking. You said these guys play hard. They don't take breaks. And the only break we saw there was breaking open the goal in, 10, 15 seconds? Maybe not even that. A really strong start. Let's see what they can do now on defense.
Yeah. Up on the halo is Potato Man, making a run. It's a good pass off, just intercepted by Virtual On. Look at this passing play down to Bear. Bear just loses that ball, almost has it, receives it again, takes it back. Can't quite get the pass off onto Virtual. It's Plutus to try and make a run for his team across the map.
And back into the mid zone it will be, but overtaken nice. Swooping in is a dragon on those wings. Now seeing if they can ride the fire and right down the line through the fire and flames, but no, will not proclaim the goal. Up top though, HyperX trying to contend. HyperX, favorite accessories of mine for sure, but see if this player can achieve something the same. But the ball will be off into the distance now and lost. Lots of defense now, just back and forth possessions as we can see, locking down those players even in mid-air, Finto.
Yeah, now it's Hot's turn for a play. They're putting pressure on in the box, tries to spike it down to the goal. Taka with a great clear though, that is going far. Could be Bear, tap that in, finish it off. Oh, and a great shot, passing that straight from one goal over to the other.
Yeah, what a beautiful series of plays there, starting with the save and ending in the goal. Taco there, the goalkeeper on that end. I gotta wonder too. That reminds me of a Taco I knew from Echo. Taco on Tuesday, or Taco Dash, as the case may be. Was great in the goal. Doubt it's the same one, but maybe just maybe it is. Or maybe, you know, tacos just tend to have that hard shell defense no matter what game they're playing and who they are. As we see those 2 uncontested points thus far, Hot still trying to break that seal and get their first goal here.
Yeah, now it's Dylan trying to make his play. They're sending it far. It's Hyper X. I mean, the goal feels almost open here. Everyone's rushing back, but he takes some time, and now he's got the full stack of players waiting to defend it, but they can't quite save it. Taco could not put on that solid defense to save that one. It's still a lead for Ivy Cadets, but now edging ever closer. It's Hot with 1 point on the board.
A nice shot there from Dylan, I believe it was, just able to dribble the ball rather in the hands and juggle it around before finding that rather patient goal through the defense as Plutus now takes it over, but just loses the handles right after thanks to Potato. Potato dishing it off to Virtual, having a little trouble with the handles as well, and now defense forming in the goal as they try to get control. Dylan now eking away, it looks like, with the ball for a brief second, tackled a little bit, and now just contesting back and forth there. Some brawls going on as a ball sails back to Taco, who has it actually snagged out of the air by Plutus, but could not do anything with it.
Persevering, keeping this pressure on. They're struggling to get it out of their half. Plutus finds that. It's up in the air again. It's HyperX going towards the goal, juggling it about. As you said, it feels almost open to him. Past one, past the second, just misses the goal.
Oh, wow. Had a lot of
for anyone
moves.
to take.
A lot of moves, but just no finish, unfortunately. But I do like that they're not getting too caught up in those plays. You're right. They miss one, but look, they get back on the ball right away. They get control back. They're not worrying about the last missed shot. They're just looking forward to the next made shot instead.
And of course, in such a fast game, you can't spend any time waiting around. You got to start making plays, and almost catching a play there. Taco with another brilliant save. It's Dylan, though, going for the second try. Intercepted. The ball's clear.
That was an aggressive slap there, I might add.
That's for sure. Takes a lot to be a good goalie, and they are hard to come by. Taco seems to be putting in the work for the Ivy Cadets team now.
All right,
Okay,
well,
could be Dylan.
Whoa, defense there, though, from Virtual, and that was physical. Anything but Virtual there on the defensive end, as it will slip and slide into that trench. A little one-on-one action there. Plutus being assaulted successfully, and will be Potato taking away, but getting assaulted himself. Tackles abound, looking like football here, or sorry, I mean soccer here. Gotta get my vocab right for the stream. But there goes Taco, now made with an opportunity at the goal. Oh, but just loses the way thanks to the, I think, tackle from behind it might have been.
Yeah, you just can't let your guard down in these moments. There could be anyone on you at any point. Can't spend any time thinking. You just got to play. And that's what these players are doing. It's sitting in bunker. Could be anyone's ball. They're almost breaking away here. It's Plutus, who's just going to lose that. Mr. Bear gets that almost clear. He's got a chance to convert. Oh, and that's time.
That is time. Time is now. Will be Cadets sneaking by with that win. It was not a easy one. It was a well-earned one. Only 2-1 there in the score, so lower scoring, but again, not for lack of effort, Finto. Impressed with what we saw there.
Yeah, that's for sure. A close game, a good game to be watching. A lot of great skills from both teams. Although, I mean, talked all the big talk about Ivy Cadets, and they weren't pulling a massive lead, but they were just holding it strong enough to see that. I'm going to be interested to see how they do it going into these next ones.
Yeah, you know, that's the exciting thing about these types of streams, these types of matches where, you know, even coming into this, you knew some of these players and you know them to be really talented, skilled players, but then you also have the unknowns, and that's kind of the coolest thing, is especially in VRML cast, this game or others, where you can get your first look at some players you haven't quite, you know, met or recognized, and then they show up, they impress, and they make the names for themselves on these VRML streams. They start getting that notoriety and popularity, and you know, it's really awesome offering that stage for all these players to perform at all levels of play.
Of course, it's brilliant. In these early days, almost everyone can seem like a fresh face, and it can be a great place for a lot of people to get started in the beautiful medium that is VR esports. As we get into another brilliant VR esports match.
Well, absolutely. The second round now, starting Ivy Cadets, claiming that first one, and now with a chance at some points. Hot here, trying to come back and make it a match themselves as the defense, nice man defense actually coming in on this initial attempt, as it will go right back into play on the blue zone. Plutus and Mr. Bear contesting each other right there.
There's Taco to intercept, to try and make a move. Sends it forward. No one can keep possession. It's passed about from team to team. Tackle to tackle. Plutus has another chance here. If he can get past Mr. Bear, that's not happening yet, though. There's a good pass across. Intercepted. Potato Man takes that, shoots. Echo with a great save.
We've seen some shots like that from that angle, those really, really tight angles from that right above the goal, taking those bounce shots in, but it was just well read on the defensive end. So impressive read there by the goalkeepers. Indeed, a tall task trying to stop these talented offenses, but they've done it so far.
That's for sure. Now pressure on the Ivy Cadets side. They're going for a goal here. Hot trying to make a move, but they can't quite get it. Virtualon trying to save that. They've got another chance here. You know, they're struggling to get the passes off. They're not taking quite enough time with it, and Hot just can't hold possession for enough time to make the kind of plays that Ivy have been. Although, I mean, still early days in this round. No points on the board yet.
Might be changing here soon, though, as we do see that ball cycling around, and Echo the Dragon.
There we go.
It's a goal. A goal. A goal. Drags it right in.
It's the first one on the board for this game, and it's in the hands of Hot, which is a comfortable position to be in, especially as that clock continues to tick down.
3 minutes on that clock on that note, but right back at them. Oh, some defense interrupting, however. Echo the Dragon there to send it to the midfield. You're right, absolutely. Momentum is a huge thing in this game, in any game, really, in any sport. And getting that first goal just to put you a little bit ahead, make you feel like you're not always playing from behind. That's an important thing, especially as a team who dropped the last round. It's always a feel-good, stabilizing kind of feeling to get that first goal in the next round.
That's for sure. Let's see if they can get a second one, though. Almost. Potato Man intercepts. That's going clear. No one to receive on the far end, so can't convert that into a goal of their own. Virtual trying to slow down the attack. Passes off to Potato Man, and now something could be on.
Yeah, a lot of
down
dogpiling
across
there.
Yeah. A lot of the time, drift ball can be beautiful. All the time, it can just seem like an absolute mess with tackles upon tackles upon tackles. Let's see what's going to be happening now, though. Looks like it could be the beautiful kind of drift ball. HyperX with the beautiful pass off, just taken by Echo. He's going for his goal. A nice roof carve. Just saved.
Yeah, lost a little bit of gas at the end, I think. Couldn't quite put the amount of strength into that shot that they needed to get past those couple of goalkeepers. So missed opportunity there, unfortunately, for them. But nonetheless, back into the hands of Echo the Dragon. So maybe another opportunity added. Oh, just swiping past that defender and now opening up the lanes for an attempted pass right up high, perfectly placed to Hyper. I love the ball movement, cycling it through. Some really fast gameplay here, but some organized gameplay, and ceiling carves at that, just to open up some space, get those lanes, spread the floor, get the passes, and maybe score. Defense keeping up very well here, though. On the other hand, I will give them some props.
Yeah, they're taking the time. They're being careful with it. They're being steady, waiting for the chance to strike. This could be it as Echo goes for the goal. Pass off to Plutus, but they're tackled away, launched away, and now it's HyperX to reset that and see if he can do something.
And he will
pass off to Echo, shoots in. Yeah, relentless defending here.
Only 1 minute left here on this round, actually. It went by in a zip, it feels like. 1 to zip on the scoreboard, so every point from this point on will matter all the more towards the results. So trying to get back on that scoreboard. Hyper, though. Oh, the bobbing, the weaving, the dodging, and the assisting, but too high on that attempted shot. Unfortunately for them, they really need to get that score back on the board because they are down here. Only 36 seconds remaining. Hyper trying to chase it down and give their team maybe one last attempt at a goal here, lest they tie up the series on Hot's end, that is, going back to the midfield.
And Ivy needs to start getting nervous here, though, with 30 seconds on the clock for them. They're going to have to be a lot quicker than that to try and solidify at least one goal, try and force the overtime, but this is brutal attack. They are relentless. They will not stop. They're trying to find one more. Almost get it intercepted by Taco. 10 seconds on the clock. They got to make their move now or never. It's Potato Man, though. This could be it. Flies it up, just loses the ball. It's up in the air. It's anyone's ball.
And that concludes
That's
today's
it.
match.
Oh, there you go. Everyone holding their breaths there at the end, just wondering which way it would go. So there you go. Just as I was talking about before this round started, well, look at that. You know, a team that don't even have a logo quite yet. And yet here they come out of that second round, guns blazing, not discouraged by what happened in the first. And again, they came dressed to impress here against the Ivy Cadets, who are now looking to regain the momentum.
That's for sure. Now they're matched up 1-1, and as you said, that momentum, that key factor that could make the difference, they're the ones going into this third round with that kind of momentum. That's a confident position to be in. I mean, especially we saw like a switch up in the kind of playstyle and what happened in that round. Only one goal through the whole thing. It was slow, it was calculated, but it worked. And I mean, if they can keep that going and keep taking advantage of how they read Ivy like that, then they could find some more here.
Yeah, Jucifer in the chat saying, spending time in practice rather than picking a logo. Yeah, absolutely. although low key, I do feel like, I mean, if you look at, say, teams from like VRML Echo before, the best teams had the best logos. Coincidence?
And we are underway.
But I agree,
Yeah,
indeed. Wow. Especially this early on, it's all about that gameplay and getting those skills down. As we see the dribbling, nice display from Plutus, but does have it stolen to open this round.
Yeah, and it's Bear with a good pass off onto table. It could be anyone's ball, though. He just overshoots it, Potato Man. Getting his hands dirty, going for the tackle. Still keeping the pressure on, goes for the clear just to open things up a bit. Taken by Taco, and he's making his run. He makes his pass. It's off to Virtual, who's prepped for it. Virtual's got the players all over him, and Plutus sends that. Be intercepted by Potato, though. There's still potential here for Ivy.
Potato up on that halo. Would that be a holy potato? I'm not sure, but they go in for the attempt at the goal, but look, 4 different defenders just collapsing on the ball. There's Potato once again getting collapsed upon by the rest of the team, the opposite team. Dylan now picking up some speed, picking up some momentum, trying to pick up the 1 points. But right now it's on point, up top by that scoreboard, and back towards the mid, intercepted and slapped out once again. Dylan looking to be the first to recover there, maybe with Plutus, and now spreading the floor just as well. I like how on these dives for the ball, they recognize what player is about to go recover, and then they spread the floor so they can find a passing opportunity just like that. But not quite in. Ooh. Then the second one will. Good rebound and recovery. First points were hot in round 3.
Yeah, it's a good first point for sure. It was contended there, and Ivy were putting in a lot of work on the defense, having all 4 players just sitting near that goal. Tackle, knock that ball away, but they just couldn't make anything out of it. And eventually, Hot persevered and found that goal. First goal on the board for them.
And in chat again, Juice were mentioning the impressive passing display there from Cadets. So it hasn't provided them a goal yet, but indeed you can see the ideas are more than solid. Doing a very good job on that. Just think if they can convert it back into some points in this round. 2 minutes already expired, low scoring once more, at least thus far. As some carving up on the ceiling there from Dylan, really showing that high mobility, a gentle pass there right into the buckets. Maybe, nope, not quite on the attempt, but again, good passing ideas, good concepts. As Plutus will recover.
And graceful to watch as well, those ceiling carves and quick passes off. Let's see if Ivy can do some of the same, though. It's a good pass, almost into the goal. Echo just squeezes that one out of there, just keeps that safe, and now he's trying to take that and make it a run, convert it into a goal of his own. Not quite, not yet.
Couldn't quite get it out of there, but Echo really showing some skills as well. Echo the Dragon, as that shot just goes a little high. Love to see the dynamicism of these players as well. They can do something special in the offensive end, but I think in games like this, like Orion Drift, you really have to be good at everything at the higher levels, right? You have to be competent in the goal, but you have to be able to move fast, you have to be able to pass, just so many factors all at once.
Yeah, that is for sure. Especially a game that can turn around so quickly. 1 minute, it feels like you've almost won. The other, you are sitting in goal, trying to defend and defend shot after shot. And it feels like that could be what's happening for Ivy as the ball gets sent to their half again. Not quite, knocks off the roof. But then they're making a run again, and Ivy are just struggling to keep Hot away from them.
And a quick carve and a dump off into the opposite end, but it will be a defender back there. Echo the Dragon once again able to recover for at least a moment, but does have it snagged away. So the play will now develop into the ceiling area. Dylan again with the nifty moves, clever and crafty, but so are they in the goal. A nice takeaway from Taco, I believe, again, showing those defensive hands inside. But Echo the Dragon trying to put it on a pass, well-placed pass, but a lot of defense once again, causing some disruption with the tackles right there in the trench. It is trench warfare at the moment, and Dragon finding himself at the losing end of that for at least a second or two.
You know, with 1 minute on the clock, though, something's going to have to change for Ivy Cadets here if they want to get a second run on the board for them. If they don't want to give more momentum to Hot, they've got to change something quick. But it seems like they can't get this ball clear, and that could be the nail in the coffin for this round.
30 seconds left on that, so indeed, that looks like it would be the nail. Of course, it's a best-of-5 scenario here, and Hot picking up some steam, and indeed gaining some heat, it looks like, based off the last couple of rounds here. So Ivy Cadets, trying to maybe make one more good goal, and after that, just recollect, regather, calm it down, and go into the next round and see what they can do.
You know, it's a good goal to walk away with, but it could have been a lot more useful about a minute ago.
The arena revs up again.
But at the same time, maybe it's one of those cases where the momentum can carry over a little bit at least, ending on a good note, and just saying, okay, now we've seen the ball go in the goal, we know what it's supposed to look like, now let's execute. Because we saw Chad, right, Jucifer pointing out the passing, right, how well-formed the passing plays were, it just didn't result in the goals. So I think, sticking to the game plan, but maybe calming it down a little more, maybe prioritizing more resets and back passing, as opposed to just the lateral ones they've been focusing on the last round or two.
We take notes of the fact that this could be the match point for Hot here. If they win this one, they will take the victory over the whole game here.
Yeah, absolutely. For round 4 coming up real soon, not a lot of time to, of course, talk or re-strategize for these teams. Only not even a minute between. So we know how exhausting these games are, and especially in a long-form tournament, it really tests your endurance and your stamina, both mentally and physically.
Yeah, and now we are ready to go again. Yeah, these long tournaments can be testing. It was a slow start to begin with, but there's still quite a few rounds to go for these teams. And if they can have a confident start on the stuff and not have stuff to worry about as the game goes on as much, and that is just all the better for them. So Ivy are going to need to keep themselves alive here. They want to win this round because they need to. Otherwise, this is game over for them.
Indeed, and 15 seconds into the round, and a first score about to go down. Ivy Cadets, there you go, picking up where they left off. They had that late score in the last round, and then capitalized on that momentum to bring it right to the first score in the next. So, well done.
Confident position to be. Let's hope Hot can return the favor, though. Give us some gameplay to watch. As Potato Man taking that up to the roof. Nice ceiling carve of his own. Passes that off. Virtual can't quite receive. It's in the corner. It could be anyone's ball. Dangerous spot to be tackling in the corner. And it looks like Dylan's going to come out with that on top, making his own run.
With the run being stopped just right in midair by that tackle, so the ball gets loose for just a moment. Some denial defense there. Virtual on a deep slap. Is a defender there, a pair of defenders to recover, and so we'll just go right back into the arms of these red folk. As Green Smudge now chasing it down, back into the red zone, and a slapper, and wow, that's a slapper of a shot and a dapper of a shot, very gentlemanly, with some grace right over that, the bridge, I believe that's called, the nest area. What a nice hit.
Yeah, a nice long shot. I mean, it seems easy, it seems free, but trust me, trying to get the kind of accuracy to shoot a shot like that from that distance is not something everyone can do. So nice little shot there. Although one Ivy really shouldn't be losing, should really be ready to receive. Could be another here, makes you nervous.
Another thing about this arena too, this 4v4 arena, is obviously the scale has changed a bit. The format of the arena is mostly the same, but a bit of a smaller goal and a larger scale. So even for those maybe used to in 3v3 getting those long shots, it's still a little bit of a different muscle memory when you're coming into this new 4v4. And there's a score on that note.
And Ivy are not ready to go without a fight. That's going to put them 1 point ahead, 2-1 for this game. It's in about 3 minutes on the clock. A confident position for now, but not steady yet. Could be though, Potato. Pass off the tackle, he taps that in, and that is a graceful goal. No tackles, no interceptions, just pure passing perfection.
Yeah, Taco shredding through that defense like lettuce and saying, let us score again. So nice comeback round so far for the Ivy Cadets. You know, they showed their stuff in that first round win, but then they lost a couple in a row. Goal coming back now, losing chance at stopping that one. So Hot getting back on the board. We're seeing the intensity, the scoring output really pop up here in these latter rounds, it seems like.
Yeah, both teams fighting. Ivy fighting for the chance to stay alive, and Hot just want this game done with. They want to walk away with their win now, and I guess it's making these teams a bit nervous, making them a bit quicker to make these decisions, make these plays a lot less patient like we have been seeing in the previous rounds. Oh, and it's a great step from Echo, but he just loses the grip of the ball, and it's Virtual now to try and take that away. Not quite. Up in the air, toss-up. Anyone's ball. Plutzis' ball. Makes a run. Good pass off. Whoa, roof carve, sorry.
He got a ceiling carve, but unfortunately didn't take the ball with him, so lost the opportunity at that as Potato now has controls. Eyes down the pass. Oh, squeaks by the defender just barely. What a nice recovery on the ceiling there as Taco now tries to slice it over. Oh, and could not quite defend that, but fortunately couldn't score it either. So right back towards the opposite end. The horses are to the races now as he approaches last 1 minute of gameplay, and Taco once again in the goal sends it deep as we approach this last 57 seconds. 3-2 in favor of Ivy Cadets, needing to win this round. They need to hold on to this 1 point lead. They want to live to around 5.
Yeah, and now it's heading to bunker, but Dylan, it feels almost open for him. Not quite. Taco, a great goalie, makes a great save, and now it's Potato Man to turn that around. Maybe one more goal just to solidify, just to cement the fact that Ivy are not here to lose. They are here to keep going. Can't quite pass it off to Taco, but Potato Man there. Give a hand. Taco takes it. It's up in the air. Free for the shot. Not quite. Gets sent away. Possible for the reset now, though. Time ticks it down. 30 seconds on the clock. And that's a goal.
And that's a beautiful goal at that. Taco just immediately off of the turnover, eyes the goal, sees it's very, very open, and says, all right, I'm going to close the door in that case on this round as the time does wind down. So beautiful comeback round for Cadets, a high-scoring one, in fact. 6 points total, maybe another one about to be added here unless it touches the ground, but there you go. What a nice comeback, because you didn't really know what to expect there. Same as the last match on stream, right, where we had one team winning a couple rounds in a row, and you think, okay, maybe it's about to be over, but then you see the other team, you know, clamping down and coming back nicely. So Ivy Cadets forcing around 5. How about it?
Yeah, I mean, and it really just goes to show that it's not just about how you actually perform, how you can pass, how you can play as a team, but how you can read the other team and adapt to the kind of things they're doing. And I think that's what we're seeing from Ivy here. They're playing with a lot more pressure, a lot more relentlessly, and adapting to that play style that we're seeing from Hot, and it seems to be making a difference.
Yeah, and adaptability, I mean, that's kind of what you have to do, especially in these formats where you have multiple rounds, right? Even though there's not a lot of time to re-strategize or adjust between rounds, you know, still just learning the players, your competition, basically over the course of each round, learning those little adjustments, even if they're just unspoken adjustments, right? Being able to just figure out little things you can do better, understand which players you need to cover a little bit more, maybe, and you know, I think it provided them what was a beautiful round, and now, you know, here we are, second in a row on stream now, where we've had this go to around 5. Anyone's game here.
Yeah, nothing like an all to play for round 5 to round things off. Let's see what these teams can bring. Let's see how they can adapt. Let's see what they're ready to do to take this victory. And kicking it off by a tackle fest in the middle. No one can get this clear. Everyone's just tapping that ball about, tackling each other. No progress made at all. Plutus passes that off his potential now. Good possession. Good passing off. They don't want to lose this ball now. They are playing purely for the possession. He's making a good run for it. Can't quite save the pass off, though. That is still going to be toss up for anyone's ball. Almost. Dylan, though, making a run. It's just the goalie. Intercepted from the side, though. Virtual putting in some good work. Out of absolutely nowhere to save that.
Yeah, important stoppage there defensively for Virtual. Good on him. Maybe good on him. Better on him if he can get that goal to go in, but a little wide, a lot wide, in fact, as we are scoreless 1 minute in. Let's see, Ivy Gooblin in the chat saying no bias whatsoever, but Cadets winning. Says Ivy Gooblin. I have to think about that one. I don't know, but they know that it is a goal for Hot to start things off.
And that is what Hot wants to see. That is how they have been winning at those second and third rounds. Just a nice early goal and then play it defensively, play it safe. Let's see what Ivy can do. Let's see if they can change that, keep this going. They can put that pressure back on. This tackle to try and save that, but Dylan could be making a play of his own. It's okay, the Ivy are ready to receive and keep it safe for now.
That ball took a few crazy bounces over there on that shoulder area. Echo Dragon, though, the ball holder for a moment, but just releases it into the midfield. A lot of defense. Plutus somehow squeezes by a couple of defenders. Really bothersome, but of course, really difficult to hang on to the ball for all too long as Dylan tries to do just that. Right under might have worked out as a good pass and a cut, but cut off by the defense as Mr. Bear will take it over there into that bridge area and the tunnels here.
The defense is brilliant from Ivy, but this brilliance only takes you so far if they can't find that goal to even the scoreline, to keep them alive. As it goes back into the ever dangerous corner, Dylan takes that up into the air, knocks that down, loses it. It could be anyone's goal here. Ooh. Just get that clear for now. A nervous situation for Ivy.
Nervous indeed, because we are now approaching the halfway point of this final round as, beautiful handles, but it gets dismantled there quickly by the defense. It's a really tough 4v1 trying to take against that defense. Almost worked out, but nonetheless, every single point and every single stop is going to be so crucial as Dylan looks for the tight goal there on that angle. Virtual On comes away, swoops with the ball, and down that left lane, trying to pick up some speed, maybe set up a play before the defense could get too set up. A bounce pass, almost to success, but cut off beautifully. Back to the orange end again. Green Smudge looking to collect it and maybe find some passes this time, avoid those tight number situations, and they do just that as Plutus cars. Plutus, couldn't get the goal, loses the ball at the last possible second.
Once again, the defending's good, but it is brutal from Hot. The amount of pressure they're putting on, they will not let Ivy out of their half. They keep trying to make plays here. Ivy trying to find something, but they just can't find that evening goal.
Yeah, been doing a great job defensively there, Taco and Co. 1 minute and 18 seconds left, and after a really high-scoring fourth round, we are only at 1 point here in the fifth. So really, any goal here is going to be super vital for these teams.
Yes, and if Hawk can find one more, it almost seems over for Ivy. That the kind of scoring they can do with that, the fact they haven't scored a single goal in the past now 4 minutes is not a good sign for what they can do in the last. But there is still a chance if they can just change something quickly here, make a quick play. With a good pass off like that, another one. One more pass, his tackle goes for the shot, but it's a brilliant save to keep things alive for Hot, to keep them in the winning position here. Time is running out, and they are keeping the pressure on though. Echo to finish that off and make sure that ball goes clear and out of the danger zone for Hot.
Echo the Dragon really showing his stuff here. Some incredible saves at one end and handling the ball on the other, trying to play defense now. Time is ticking, 20 seconds left. Plutus VR with the ball, heading towards that ceiling, cut off by Virtual, but the ball still getting to Green. Green down the floor, but no, it's a red zone in that end zone as it goes right back down to Blue. Overtaken in the midfield by Dylan. Dylan will sling it downwards, lose it to Virtual. Virtual trying to hop over the defense and could not do so. 1 second, and don't let the ball touch that floor or it is done.
They've got to keep it going. Potato knows that. He's keeping it alive. He's keeping it off the ground. Echo trying to spike it down, and he just gets that. And that will be the game as a Hot. What a fifth round.
That was an intense victory there, an intense match. Hot. They went super hot in that latter half of this series. You know, lost the initial round, but then came back with some impressive wins. And doesn't get better than that. Deep in the fifth, really anyone's game until those last few seconds of play.
Yeah, for sure. Just a brilliant showcase from both teams. And going to that fifth round makes you nervous. And Ivy, it almost seemed like they had something going into the fourth. That high round game where they looked like they locked on to what Cole was doing. And they were brutal in their execution of, like, I think 4 goals in that game alone, but they just couldn't keep that going. They couldn't find that in that last one. And Hot inevitably found another game with an early goal and just stall. Pressure.
Indeed, and high pressure situations. Anytime you're in those late games, those round 5s, those last minutes, really a lot of pressure all around. But in pressure, diamonds are made, and we saw a gem of a game there. That was a joy to watch. Those replays, again, provided on the screen right now, just showing the awesome highlights defensively and offensively from these teams. Yeah, that was an exciting one. Love to see it.
Yeah, that's for sure. I bet there's a lot more to come as well.
Yeah,
and I mean, if that's just the Cadets team of Ivy, I'm scared to think what the actual Ivy team has going on.
Oh yeah, that very true as well. So maybe we'll catch them on a stream before too long as well. Never know. But yeah, so for that match that's over, of course, we still have a lot more to come here on the European side of the Pioneer Cup. Of course, the Americas side of the Pioneer Cup will be starting in another 4 hours, a little bit less than 4 hours. We have matches all day, pretty much. OCE even later on yet, and we'll be back at the same start times also tomorrow for day 2. So a lot more to come on that end. We will take intermission here though in a moment, and we will be back, no doubt, with one of many matches to come. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody
Spud in the bottom, going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one champion can be crowned.
Want to throw your hat in the ring? Use the VRML Discords to find a team of fellow attendees and sign up using the form in the server. Just remember, all players must have tickets and be attending the event to sign up. Online players will not be eligible for the Phoenix stage.
VRMLCon 2025 is shaping up to be the event of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance for an unforgettable VR experience. Get your tickets and sign up for the Phoenix Invitational today.
right, hello everybody. Welcome back to VRML Pioneer Cup. We're getting right underway to a round 1 in progress between Unspoken and Speedster. Yes, sir. I'm Palador, being joined by Finto here, Wonder Team Man in the cams. Well, let's go right to it with a goal right in it.
Yeah. Yes, starting straight away. A good start from the Unspoken team. Let's see what Speedster can do now. Kicking things off, instantly tackled away. Not a great start.
Yeah, we Zep here with the ball, sending it waywards over HVT. Now will be the I want to say Teletubbies almost, as it's lost here now to the red zone.
Yeah, and the ball in the air. No team can find too much grip, too much space to do anything quite yet. Just keeping the pressure on. Still, that first goal for Unspoken is a confident position if they can keep time wasting like this for now. First minute gone already.
Indeed, and it will be sent deep into the red lane as a shot there. Well, saved out of the way now. Not quite out of the danger zone yet as it goes into the midfield. Now the dog piles, just avoiding it actually was Glaffire. Saw earlier on the stream, Glaffire trying to fire one off into the goal and just rolls around toilet poles nearly. Unusual to see that, but unfortunately for them will not be a score as Toast now recovers in the midfield, immediately slings it back knowing that there's a teammate there, so well communicated for sure as we go back into the blue zone.
Yeah, and now it's a Speedster on the blue side, trying to make a play, trying to get it out of their space. They're just passing it around, keeping that ball moving, making sure they don't lose possession. But Lartus, ready to intercept, sends that up. It's Dubs now. Tap that across the table, where it just gets intercepted. He's making a play with the ball. It's Toast. He's got a player on him, but he gets away. He shoots. Just intercepted.
Oh, maybe a little too conservative on the play there. Had the open shot attempt, but opted to go driving it straight in, but unfortunately drove it straight into the body of a defender, so a lost opportunity there as the score will remain where it is at 1-0. 2:42 left on the clock here, and will be intercepted by Toast now around that bridge and gets done there, tackled rather, as the ball's lost back to the green side here.
Speedster keeping the pressure on though. They are relentless on this attacking side, keeping the ball in the half. They are not letting Unspoken get any space towards their goal. But as I say that, Glafer gets that up onto the halo. He's making a run, makes a jump. HVT just gets away from him. Glafer sends that in. Is there a teammate to receive that? Not quite. Masconing can't quite intercept that. And it's anyone's ball up on the bridge.
Yeah, some nice defense there, cutting them off. Speedster's now trying to get control. Lose it briefly, and indeed to Glafer. Glafer there assaulted a little bit. The ball going back to them, though. Oh, might be an open goal, but couldn't wrangle control of the ball quite on time as Speedster now getting tackled over there under the bridge. Toast will recover, rebound. See the spectators up on the top of the arena there also, all anxiously awaiting the results of this match and watching these players, his skill at play as the ball goes right into the goal again for the second point. Unspoken, unanswered here so far.
Yeah, and that's a confident position now. We are with about a minute left on the clock. They are 2 goals up. It seems like there's not much Speedster can do here unless they pull a magic trick out of the magic hat here.
And Speedster there with a ball, trying to distribute a little bit, but nobody home to receive it, unfortunately. They do have HVT waiting on the nest, but unfortunately they'll have to go back into the defense, it seems. As the ball now goes right towards that logo underneath the nest. Right towards the goal again, but a little bit disheveled there on some of the offensive attempts. A lot of clutter, not a lot of the passes that you want to see to get past that defense.
No, and it's the kind of fluid passes that we've been seeing from Unspoken that's gotten those first 2 goals in the game. It's a nice start, a confident start as we head down. Just 30 seconds left on the clock. It looks like this first round's in the hands of them. And a lot of thanks towards the fluid gameplay that they are putting on, the quick passes and quick teamwork.
Some nice spacing here, though, on that note, is Telebees will get the ball just briefly. HVT trying to contest up there, allowing for Speedsters to ideally recover, but Glaffire has other ideas in mind. With the ball, has it stolen though, swooped around, and wow, what a quick 1-2 punch, and gets that first goal for Speedster. That was a beautiful move. One smooth motion to steal, and then the heave for the goal. How about it?
And of course, time-wise, I mean, the game is basically gone at this point for them. Spikes it down. But it is 1 point on the board for Speedster. And, you know, that is, we do talk a lot about momentum here and what that can do for you going into next rounds. And what we've seen for momentum could be a sign.
Could be. These two teams, I mean, coordination, important part of the game. And if nothing else, they already got the coordinated names on the Speedster side. As you were noting earlier on, I think before we went live there, but yeah, it makes it easy to identify at the very least. So they got that underway, you know. Only a 1 point loss, not too big of a deal, especially in a 5-round series. So we'll just see what they come out with out of the gates here in the next few seconds.
Of course, plenty of gameplay to go before we start to see a true winner take shape.
And quick what's up to the guys in chat again as well. Pebbles, Reaper, Jucifer, Fizz, Kroger's, Casually Orbit VR, and GG. Nice to see ya. No, no problem, Pebbles. I'm reading the chat every now and then. A lot to juggle. See, I'm getting usually before I'm so good with this stuff, but now my brain is 2 years older. You gotta forgive me if I'm a little bit slow. That said, you know what's not slow? These teams. We're fast back into the action here. Second round started.
Unspoken with some quick passes, trying to not give up possession, making sure they can keep the pressure on in this close up to the goal area, the danger zone for the Unspoken team. It's a nice pass onto the backboard, almost gets the backward shot, not quite. Glafer though recovers, sets them up for a second attempt. It's Toast who's going to be going for that, and he sent it in himself, and it's a great goal from Toast to kick off the round for Unspoken.
I'll say cheers to that, Toast. Great job there to get them on the scoreboard. Ready round won the first round, the second one here, first score, as it goes sailing way above the heads of these players. And back to the midfield, looking for a little bit of control here, ball control, as HVT slaps it off to the side. Telebees now there to contest alongside Glaffire. And Glaffire with the ball now. A few clever cars, but unfortunately he went under, the ball went over, and the ball is now lost into the midfield.
Back into his hands though. They're doing a good job of keeping possession here on the Unspoken side. They do not want Speedster to have any chance at making any kind of play here. They are just holding on to the ball though. As I say that, Caster's curse. There's a run coming in from the Speedster team, just intercepted, and it's Matt to take it back up the field.
And a great pass delivery there, attempted and converted. No! Oh, and you can see the reaction, the physical reaction, throwing the arms up in the air after the miss, knowing that, oh, we just had the highlight. It was such a beautiful pass, and we couldn't complete it. So a little bit of the frustration you can see in the body language, maybe even a little playfulness too, but nonetheless, won't go their way. That goal certainly will, no. And it's a score, Speedster.
Yeah, an open goal that they've just left open by mistake. Not a great one from the Unspoken team, but a good run from the Speedster side. And maybe a confidence-inducing one, evening up that scoreboard, 1-1.
How old am I? Pebbles ask. I'm Unk status, I think, is what you can say these days. Is that is a dazing, dazzling shot. Oh my goodness, Speedster. Yes, sir.
And that's going to put them in the lead for this one as we head towards passing that 3-minute mark.
And another turnover here, in fact, as Telebees does it with ease. That is 3s on the board for Speedster. How about this open out to the round? You know, halfway through it already, 3 goals and causing turnovers again. We might see a repeat, some deja vu, as some ball handling there being lost. However, these teams go speeding along the raceway there, looking like some F1 cars. As Telebees just misses, and that goal will not. Yes, sir, from Unspoken. Now bringing it within 1 point here. 2 minutes left. Nice return into form.
And they are having no breaks at all. They thought 2 rounds down, we can change that, and there's still plenty of time to do so. 2 minutes on the clock, and they're already making a move, making their way into the goal, and that's even it out already. Just when it seemed like Speedster was running away with this round, Unspoken levels it back out 3-3. A high-scoring round, this one.
Yeah, exactly. High-scoring round, indeed, and yeah, just when you think one thing, well, the tides can turn fast in an instant. Suddenly the momentum has shifted firmly to Unspoken's side, I dare say, but that might be changing here with this return this turnover rather. A good pass, maybe a little bit too late there. The defense was able to cut it off, but it will return to the arms there of Zepp, but unable to handle that for all too long. And back now towards Unspoken side as they try to regain control.
Toss up, which Speedster is going to try and take advantage of. They're making space towards the goal, but that's just getting sent back, sent towards table. Trying to keep possession, but Lartis in the mix is making things difficult. And that's up in the corner now. He's trying to get it clear. They do not want this ball sitting near their goal in the scary space for Speedster, and they're just going to send that flying with no one to receive for now. Ooh, but it is Telly, though.
A quick fling there as Glaffer tries to collect the ball there. Toast as well. Now the defense trying to get back into the recovery, into the goal. Back pass, a little missed time, but fortunately they had a second player back there as that recovers the ball. A couple of carves and bounces off that ceiling, and now wheeling and dealing, but not quite an appealing result.
Yeah, no, but they're still trying to find space. They're still making room heading towards the goal. Lartis to intercept. They're trying to get the ball clear now. Matt makes his run. Now he's going to pass it up to the corner. It's well taken by Glafer, almost. Just intercepted, sent way back up the field, and this could be anyone's ball, backwards and forwards, again and again.
Yeah, absolutely. That's kind of the tail of the tape here. 3 seconds left, but 3-3, so overtime here potentially in the next second. Indeed, we are in that space. So the next point here will take this round 2 as Glaffer looks to make something happen. Getting that momentum, getting that speed, but getting stopped like a bulldozer, though, in a recovery now from Speed. And down the floor they will go, trying to recover and win this round.
It's up in the air. One goal could make all the difference here. Who goes into the next one with the momentum, with that kind of advantage? Unspoken want that second round on the board for them, and they are fighting for a great pass off. It's great teamwork here. They've got one more player ready to receive, but Matt's just going to send it on his own. Lartis takes it, saves that ball from being lost, but it's intercepted by Speedster. Now they're making their run. Now they're making their play.
They are deep down the floor goes, but just missed on that attempted carve, but they will still regain control. Speed, the pass cut off beautifully by the defense. HVT now contesting, trying to get that ball back. Speedster with possession for how long? The dribbles, the carve, the pass, and too high. The second attempt likewise, and it will be slapped out there once again. Who will maintain possession? Looking like Speedster. Toast attempting to disrupt there, but Speedster again, the great control here in overtime. 3-3. What a wild round so far.
And the gameplay seems almost nervous. Tackles upon tackles, quick, short passes, but no team can find the space. No team can make the play. They're just sitting in middle here, bouncing it back and forth, bouncing each other back and forth with these tackles. Could be a chance here, sitting towards the goal. Speedster just needs to get intercepted, just needs to get tackled. That's sent away again.
Toast now carving from the bottom of the floor, bringing it highways to the halo. Indeed, they need to say a prayer because they want to win this game. Toast trying to get a little bit of space, a little bit of breathing room. Over to Lartis there from that right side and right in stride, back passing again. Some beautiful connections. Will it result in the win? No, not yet. Maybe no. The ball jets back towards the midfield after a 3-3 game going to overtime. We've been stuck at this score for how long? High scoring turns into low scoring, but turns into an exciting match here as we delve into the deep end of this OT.
And now these players just can be ruthless. They don't have to worry about running down the time. They don't have to think about stalling. They just have to think about that clock ticking up. They have all the time they need, and they are just fighting for it because one chance at the goal could be the end of this round for them. They need to find this now or never, because if the other team gets a chance, it could be over. Still not quite, though.
Well, sensing some blood in the water, perhaps, down the floor. Speedsters trying to regain control, but they do lose it there now. Back into the midfield. Again, we're in OT, folks. It's been going on for something like 3 minutes now, I feel like, so almost the span of an entire round as Alardis tries to throw it down on the approach. There it is. There it goes. It's the goal, and OT win to Unspoken. An Unspoken win.
About time, because what an overtime that was. I mean, as I said, it felt almost nervous the way those players were just battling it out, battling each other, the amount of tackles that were being handed around, but Unspoken just snatched up in the end there, and that puts them on a match point for this game as well.
Yeah, how about that? I think these teams were feeling generous towards the audience and towards the casters because they just gave us basically a round with how long that OT lasted. But incredible finish there, and indeed, kind of as you alluded to, Finto, maybe kind of a crushing victory in a sense for the Speedsters to be that involved in the thick of things in the match, looking like they may have had a win, and then to have it taken away from you and now being down 2 on the 5-round series. Definitely a big hit to momentum potentially. We'll see if they can recover though.
Yeah, there's definitely potential. They definitely were performing a lot better in that round than they were in the first. You know, bringing it to 3-3 and putting on such a show for the overtime. Could have gone either way at the end there. You know, this isn't spelling the end of their run in this game. It could spell the beginning of their comeback.
Yeah, well, much like that Unspoken game from VR before, they've got me in a spell right now. I am entranced by what I'm seeing as these teams now go off into round 3. Shout out to you guys in Twitch chat again. See you engaging there, interacting, commenting. Appreciate it all, and for the nice words. And crazy match indeed as a fiery round 3 is underway.
Yeah, and what a round it is already. Once again, battling it out. They're back to this kind of quick gameplay, these short passes, these quick tackles, and no team's making any space quite yet, just trying to shoot it towards the goals, just clearing after clearing. But there's a chance here for Matt. It's sitting right towards the goal. He almost has it, almost taps it in. Vibe for the taking. He shoots it again, saved once more, and that's not going to happen, not just yet at least.
You know, it's easy to get caught up in the excitement of great offense, but equally exciting here is just seeing the defensive plays that they're stringing together at times. See if they can do one again here. 1 minute scoreless thus far. And Speedster, again, kind of on the heels, needing to win here to force another round. Otherwise, Unspoken will be carrying it away.
Yeah, and it's these pass-offs that Unspoken are just brilliant at intercepting, that they can just keep retaking possession and keep fighting for it. As I say that, though, once again, Lartis, just a nice tap back to his own goalie. Could have been an own goal there, makes you nervous, but at least it wasn't the enemy team shooting.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely kind of a throwback to Echo with some of those resets also, but we've seen it go tragically at times, turn into self-goals. So always got to be careful with that, as trying to be careful with the ball control there, but hand it right to the opposite team and then back again. A rapid-fire exchange of possessions, some quick carves down below that bridge area, and overtaken, unfortunately for them, as it goes sailing into the midfield. 3 minutes left, 0-0. How about it as a deep shot is flung, but intercepted here at the Halo.
Now let's see if that passing play comes in. Once again, it's another interception, another turnaround of possession. The ball just keeps going up in the air for anyone to take, and no one can quite make a play. It's like the overtime of the last game all over again, but it will just take one goal here and more stalling to spell the end for Speedster. If Unspoken can find it, and there it is.
Wow, at the blink of an eye, what happened there? The player lost control of the ball. You couldn't tell who that was, but just briefly lost control of the ball, had it sail behind the hands, and then immediately capitalized on it with just a slap shot into that open goal. All it took was literally that 10th of a second to be punished.
3 minutes of straight relentless pressure for a 10th of a second of a quick hit to find that goal, and that could be all they need to take this game.
Definitely a discouraging goal to eat there when you had ball control and you thought you were about to push your offense, and then it gets just stopped dead in its tracks and you get scored on top of it in this low-scoring round. So all these points, so crucial. Maybe they can capture one here, looking for their first goal, but the pass intercepted very well by Glaffire.
Red perfectly finding these intercepts, knowing almost exactly where Speedster are gonna want to be passing this ball, and they are just there to receive it instead.
And now Telebi is trying to contest Glaffire up top. Likewise, the other side now. No one there to receive it immediately, but they will get control for Speedster. Speedster with the ball, sending it deep down, but again, no one quite there yet. So we'll just change possessions down to the opposite side, and the momentum shift potentially here. We're witnessing Unspoken trying to push that pace, push the offense, knowing that they have the control. 1 minute and 15 seconds left on this clock, and they've got that 1 point. They've got the 2-round advantage, so they feel like it's a matter of time.
Yeah, and they really just need to hold it, as we say, for this last minute. That's all it's going to come down to, and they can keep playing like this, like they have been, keeping that pressure on, not giving Speedster any space to attack. They can find this game, and that's all they want to be doing at this point. Although losing the ball again, up in the air toss-up for anyone to take. It's Telly trying to make his run. He drops it down, no boost to save that one, and now it's Lars is trying to convert. He makes a run, Nice little break stop, faking it under sewer, passes it up to his team.
Whoa, boy.
Going in for the goal here, and that's it. That could be the final straw for Speedster. That could be what deals the deal. Unspoken gets them that win.
That was a really fine juke to provide them that with that goal. That gives them the breathing room now to set sail into a victory. My goodness, coming down to basically that last minute, the last 30 seconds, but that goal did secure it. And I think, Finto, this is one of those cases where you look at the scoreboard, you look at the fact that it was a 3-0 series win to Unspoken. I think it doesn't really do justice to how close those games were right till the end. Again, a really long overtime in that last round as well. So even though Speedsters could not get a victory in that round, they still performed very, very well against this tough Unspoken team.
No, and you're correct. As you say often, the scoreboard alone does not give the quality of gameplay and the insane plays we saw justice, because what a game that was. That had me on the edge of my seat for a lot of that. I don't know about you, but that was a nail-biter.
Oh yeah, these are the ones, the type of games where you get those overtimes and those late game, winning plays basically that make you feel alive as a caster.
That's for sure. And a brilliant game it was. I'm looking forward to seeing what we have coming up next. I mean, just looking at some of these replays. Insane plays when they finally came through, and just relentless pressure from both sides. Just waiting for these, short seconds where they can actually manage to find these goals. And that's what made the difference in the end.
Absolutely. And chat, you always make a difference too. I'm glad you guys have joined and interacted the way that you have. Thanks for being there and for the kind words. I see some hype there for Finto as a cast from Bluesy, I believe, and Naki, amazing caster. I agree. Rainsy, good to see you back there as well. Action, Lulz, and Code. Jucifer, Matthew, hello. Got some fans there, Finto.
Yeah. Good to see, although it's brilliant to see all these people showing up in general for the brilliant gameplay and the game we love, which of course we do have to thank another Axiom for creating this brilliant game, Orion Drift, and allowing us to showcase the new upcoming in development 4v4 gameplay. So thank you very much to another Axiom.
Yeah, of course. Just an amazing job here from everyone involved, and always improving. We're always iterating. I think on the VRML side and another Axiom side, you're seeing these rapid fire developments. I think turning this into a really special game and a special league to come here in VRML. Which on that note, I will quickly shout out as well our future cups that we do have coming on. Of course, the Pioneer Cup this weekend with that $1,000 prize pool spread across our regions. But just as well, we have the Ignition Cup. That's May 31st through June 1st. So towards the end of the month there, we'll be doing another cup just like this one to ignite the path towards Phoenix for the VRMLCon 2025. Of course, the Phoenix Invitational, the qualifier there, will be June 27th through 29th, an online tournament. $5,000 prize pool for that as well, leading up to the VRMLCon 2025, third annual, taking place at the ASU Media and Immersive Experience Center, with that $20,000 prize pool spread
to play for
amongst our games. Yeah, great prizes to play for, bragging rights. Even this cup I was saying earlier with Dimwee, right? Even any kinds of prizes aside monetarily, you want to be one of those players who can say, hey, I won the first ever VRML Cup tournament for Orion Drift, because that's history right there. You can't change it. And so that's bragging rights in itself.
Yeah. This is early days, and I mean, this is when players can start to solidify themselves in the Orion Drift history books. I know we look back on other games sometimes and reminisce about the early days and the kind of players that we saw then. And these days, those players could be you. That could be the players we see in this lobby.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, hey, look at the first Echo streams, competitive streams. Even for Echo Arena, it was devs versus players. You want to know who was in that match? Lemming. What did Lemming go on to do? Make Orion Drift, along, of course, with the rest of the talented crew at AA. So, circle of life, the circle of VR esports, I suppose. But beautiful to watch.
That's for sure.
But all right, guys, we will take a quick break now again and figure out our upcoming matchups. Again, we have at least one other channel streaming, I do believe, here on VRML Network. So subscribe and course, if you like the content, check it out. You have some options. But from their main channel here, we will be right back after an intermission with some more matches yet in EU.
Prepare to start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2K.
Match point.
VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one champion can be crowned.
Want to throw your hat in the ring? Use the VRML Discords to find a team of fellow attendees and sign up using the form in the server. Just remember, all players must have tickets and be attending the event to sign up. Online players will not be eligible for the Phoenix stage.
VRMLCon 2025 is shaping up to be the event of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance for an unforgettable VR experience. Get your tickets and sign up for the Phoenix Invitational today.
All right, everybody. Hello, and welcome once again back to VRML Pioneer Cup. This is the day one European iteration of our Pioneer Cup. A lot of matches been played so far, a lot more still to come. On the casting desk, I am Palador, co-casting with Finta here, and on the cams, it is Wonder Tea, man. Finta, what have you been thinking so far of this game? We got over just a couple of really nice matches there with some overtimes of some round fives earlier on as well. Some entertaining matches for the stream, no doubt.
Oh, for sure. And it seems like we haven't run into a bad one yet. Fingers crossed, touch wood. But so far, they've all been absolute nail biters. You know, close games, as you said, best of five. We even had one, even though it went first 3 rounds and we were done, there it was. It must have been like 3 minutes straight of overtime before the final goal went in, and that kind of stuff. It makes you nervous. It gets you excited. And it's just brilliant to see these kind of great games happening today.
Yeah, absolutely. And this next one we have coming up soon. I will have information shortly. I believe we'll be getting us started shortly here. Wonder, can you get the stream on Discord up for me real quick? Thank you. Oh, look at that. It's OD versus Reverb. So, all right. Yeah, these two teams here in the deep end of the tournament. We have on the OD side, Box Bob, Axino, Cha-Cha Benjo, Pepto, not Bismol, but MP3. We have Remy, VQ, and Tristan. Over on the Reverb side, it's Snugpug1. We have Chi-Chi65. We have Dottie Poppy. Like those names. Squashies, Void VR, and Zempty. Some fun names to say on this one.
Yeah, and I can tell you, looking at the bracket so far and the current standings as it is, I believe it's the top 8 teams that are going to make it through to the round robin and subsequently, you know, the finals that are happening tomorrow for who walks away with the winning. The current standings are Reverb in 10th, so they're just below the elimination zone, and much further down it's OD in 29th, who, well, there's still potential, but it seems almost gone for them. Still potential, still a few games to happen. Sitting in the #1 spot is Cold, followed by Unspoken, Quantum X, then Ivy. So, you know, a lot of big names up there.
Yeah, standings here on are it's the website standings or
sorry.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I meant Cold, followed by SBI, then Quantum X, then Unspoken. Hadn't updated from the previous round of games. That is my bad. Still.
No worries. All right, so in any case, you know, lots of featuring of players here on these matches. It's been a pleasure, like some recognizable faces, but then also some surprises. And well, surprise, we have the round starting here in just a moment, it looks like. So round 1 up and underway. Thank you again for joining us over there on the YouTube side of things. I appreciate you guys watching across our channels here on the VRML network. And now we're going to channel ourselves into this cast. Here we go, round 1.
As OD kicking it off, trying to find some space, but it's heading towards the goal. They're flying it away now. Now they're making their play under sewers, trying to find space up into the air. It's Box Bob, a good pass off towards the goal, just intercepted by Dotty from Reverb. Sends that long shot, no one to receive, but it's a good way to kick off the game, and that's a goal. First one in for Reverb.
That was amazing!
Wow, lovely goal there, chasing it down, came up from behind and slapped it right in against those recovering defenders in no time. And speaking of, again, some slapaways here, so some heavy contesting. It's Squashies with the ball, trying to squash some of that defense again, if they can. 1 point quick order, but losing the handles to that pair that stack up there with Bob and Co as they send it down towards the mid.
Already right off the bat of the last goal, Reverb's putting on some serious pressure. It's OD trying to convert that level out to score. Box Bob, he has a good chance here. Up on the left, he's going for it. Good pass off to his teammate. It's Cha-Cha, who almost gets that in, just intercepted, just grabbed onto. Trying to go for the reset. He can't quite get that ball back into his own hands. And it's going to be Reverb making away with that again. Snugpuck just intercepted though by Axe. There's potential here. Goal feels almost open. He goes for the long shot. Just misses.
Oh, you hate to see those if you're the offensive player, because you know you only get so many opportunities at wide open goals like that. They're a commodity here, especially in competitive play and 4v4 play. So missed opportunity, but they will have the handles on the ball, but just losing it now off to the opposite end. So a couple minutes expired and down into the deep end as it's popped out of there. Just casually back to Squashies now, and as well as Snugpug. Chi-Chi all along the way, riding that wall and trying to right the ship here, but could not quite capitalize on some offense.
Boxbob getting that clear, good goalie work just to make sure the pressure's off for a second. It's him coming in again, running up the pitch, trying to take it from one goal to the next. Can't quite find it. It's Snugpuck up in the air, but Boxbob, wow, third time's the charm. He finds that goal and levels out the score.
Indeed. So 1-1 on the scoreboard now as Chi-Chi and Snugpug try to situate themselves here and what they want to do on this launch out. A quick tap over, well read though, a little too slow on the ball. So now on the ball with eyes on the goal, a little to the right and trying to right it now and redo on the offensive end. A good attempt, but again, those open goals want to capitalize on them, but they will capitalize on that. So that is
Quick
2
around
to 1.
What seemed like a rocky start for OD, now seems like they're running away with this. 2 goals back to back, both scored by Boxbob. He seems to be putting in the work for his team, saving a goal, finding the next one, and he looks like he's going for a third here.
That he does. Eyeing the teammates though, the pass attempt a little too short range, I think. Had the right idea, but they're close together.
Past them all.
Nonetheless, will come away with it. Wow, goodness me. It's a score, 3-1. How about that?
He is cheering to his team about that one. Past all of the defenders, chasing him down, and a backwards tap into the goal.
A little snap, crackle, and pop, much like a Fanta can there. But it will be back into the midline. As speaking of pop, it's Poppy trying to hit it down that line, but a goalie in the way. Mighty fine shot potentially. That's going to bounce, and that's going to trounce the goal. Deep shot there. 4-1. What a beautiful score from full court. Now as it sails back into the other end of the zone, off of just a big momentum play. I mean, OD here was already up by a few, but those kind of plays, I mean, they'll just crush you even more if you're the other team. Momentum building shots when it comes from full court like that.
Yeah, and they're relentless now, keeping the pressure on, not giving them any space outside of their own goal area. They lose possession, but how long will it be for Axie's in close follow, chasing him down? Oh, he is going to make a good run through sewers. He feels almost home free with it, just loses grip. Washies goes for it, past the first, drops the ball, off to his teammate though. There's potential, just saved though. Can't quite convert that to a second goal for Reverb.
Axie maybe trying to convert as well though. That goal briefly covered, but not quick enough. Slipping past the defenders right in time. Just a small window of opportunity there, capitalize. 5 strong points here in this round. Maybe time for one more here, as OD will take this first though soon.
Yeah, and that is the dangers of positioning as a team. You could put all 4 players up front and have that strong attack, but all it's going to take is one player getting through one far long shot, and it could all be over for you with no players sitting back. And it's a second goal on the board, but for what purpose is that first round? It goes to OD.
Indeed it will. Looks like maybe still in the air, but okay, that will secure the round for them. So yeah, that first win going OD's side. I'll kind of go back to what I actually said at the very beginning of that round, mentioning how it's not too often you see open goals you want to capitalize, but actually by the end of that round, it kind of turned out the opposite. It seems like there were a lot of open goals there that were capitalized upon by OD. So for the Reverb side of thing, that's something they might want to address in that next round. You know, those first round jitters out of the way, and just rebound and kind of figure out the positioning a little bit there, making sure they always have someone covering their backs just in case that ball control is lost, which it was a few times there. And they should be fine the next round if they can take care of that. But nice showing from OD.
Yeah, and it definitely paid off. Their kind of positioning, you know, there was times when it felt like there could have been a run from Reverb, but it felt like they were making it up one of the shoulders or through the sewers, but then just having that strong player at the back to intercept, knock the ball out of their hands, and just make them think for a second really made the difference there, and gave them a really dominant round to start.
Yeah, absolutely. In the next round, about to start here in a few seconds. But again, shout out to the chat there on the YouTube end of things. Glad to have you with us. We see, again, Pebble still hanging around throughout the day, both in the game, now on the cast. Logan commenting there as well.
Off like a rocket.
Become a rapper. I tried. It failed. You know, sometimes they just come naturally, just like these players. The scores come naturally. It's just like that, as a matter of fact. And that's the Pally rap. I don't know, it's kind of weak. But anyway, There you go, Logan. That's for you. Glad to have Wolverine on the stream, by the way.
Yeah, and the gameplay seems almost natural to these players, you know, from Boxbob just quickly converting that. Looked like almost nothing to him, going up against 4 defenders and trying to find that goal. He's going to go for it again. Let's just watch as this happens. 3 defenders for him, makes it look like almost nothing with Cha-Cha on the rebound.
Yeah, those rebound plays. That one, not really having to work too much for it, just kind of sat around the goal, that general area, and then the ball bounced pretty much perfectly for that rebounded slapper. So you like those kind of goals where you don't even have to do anything fancy. You just let the ball come to you. You know, it's very zen.
Yeah. Coincidence or good positioning? That's the classic question. But I mean, let's see. There's a chance here.
Good positioning.
Almost
good goalkeeping.
Oh. Yeah, good read, good positioning in the goal, dive into the right, just managed to save that. They're relentless though, shooting, can't quite get it in.
Wow.
Oh. That makes you nervous yeah.
That was so close like 5 different times.
Just hear that ball bounce again and again and again off of that wall.
Well, we can see now, Pinto. Pinto beans, but no, Pinto. These OD crew, I mean, they're really building that momentum now. We saw they scored, what, 5 that last round. They've already got 3 in this one. They're looking locked on right now.
Yeah, it looks like they have a clue what they're doing. On the C stream, this is a team we watched get triple mercied earlier on in the day, so I can tell you it is interesting to see how they've adapted, turned things around to be doing this good in this game.
And Box now with the ball, seeing if they can get something going again. Another points on the board. Be Snug Puck, though, coming away with it. Got that dribble down the floor, just a beeline for the goal, and why not? Mighty fine on the results. So Reverb will capture their first point. Took a couple of minutes, but certainly not too late. They've got plenty of time yet to score a few more.
We're back on it. Oh,
yeah, 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Plenty of time to do something. But if anyone's doing anything, it's Boxbob, who is taking no chances there, giving them no time to think. He took that goal personally. Thought, no, I can't have any of this. I need to score another one immediately.
Yeah, Boxbob, maybe a boxer, just going head-to-head, 1-to-1, and another one. Wow, slipping by a trio of defenders there, just getting by everybody's arms and doing some great harm. Chi-Chi there trying to recover now with this QB out of the midfield, but 5 quick points, and then those ones again kind of breaking the back here of Reverb at the moment.
Oh, and it's a good rebound, a good Reverb rebound, but I mean, is it enough to get 3 more goals in the next minute 45? I don't know.
A little show and go there move on the defender to enable this attempt at the goal. Will be turned right back over, however. And back into the midfield here.
Boxbob again. Master of all trades. Taking it back to his own goal just to show he can if he wants. Makes it risky, but he's just going to keep it safe for now. That is a scary position. With a confident one, I guess, if you can pull it off like that. Wow, now they seem home free. One player in the way. It's Snug Pug. Not happening yet.
Goalkeeper in the way on that end, but none on that end quite yet. No capitalizations, though, on these long shot potentially. Unfolding here is just a 1-on-1. Ooh, the goal kind of uncovered. I think the defender maybe got stuck on the wall there a little bit. Kind of got frozen in space and maybe just lost the spatial awareness there and kind of got caught on the wall. I've been there, done that for sure. So yeah, can't fault it, but indeed it did result in the score against them.
Oh yeah, now Reverb needs 2 goals in 30 seconds. It's possible. It's difficult, but it's not impossible. Oh, the Boxbob, if he keeps playing like he is. Time wasting, relentless, going for the goal. Absolutely brutal execution. Almost finds a 6 for the team. Not quite. That's going to be sent flying, but Axie there to receive. 20 seconds on the clock.
Actually somehow positioning just right to hide themselves behind the Geo to kind of bait that long shot and then suddenly pop up like a jack-in-the-box to jack that ball right out of the air. Nicely done on the defensive end, and this win will indeed be secured here in the second round, that is, for OD, of course. Still at least 1 more round to come after this.
Yeah, this one was a bit closer, though, you know, within 2 goals. I mean, I guess there's still potential for a 4th here, but the time is gone. And as soon as that ball touches the goal, the second round will go to OD.
Yeah,
Just
playing
having
for
fun
those,
with it for now, I guess.
those consolation points of sorts. And we discussed earlier, they can actually matter at times too, depending, if they're just kind of, futzing around, not really taking it too seriously. But like if you're trying to, even in a losing effort, still trying to execute like a proper play at the end, positioning, passing, like that could be worth something going to the next round. We've seen that many a times before in games.
Yeah. Talking about this game, we've got one more, almost match point basically here for OD, and they'd be brutal. But then we did see a bit of a change. They had good possession towards the end. They're almost scoring that fourth. Bringing it within 2 rounds for OD, and if they can, keep that going and keep on the path they were, there's potential for Reverb to actually take this next one. I think there could be more to come for them.
Oh yeah, I mean. 5-2 and then 5-3 respectively in those first 2 rounds. So Reverb, despite those first couple losses, they were still able to score several times. It's just more so on the other end, they were losing it a bit, as we saw. A couple unfortunate turnovers that were punished very fast. Those open goals in the first round that we talked about. So if they can clean those things up, offensively, Reverb still looks to be executing very, very well. So it's just a matter of cleaning up a little bit of turnovers, the defense, and then just doing the offense like they have been already, and they indeed could have a much more successful 3rd round here, and they'll certainly need it. Otherwise, it will be the end of the series in this best of 5.
Yeah, and Box Bob trying to go for a classic 1v4 from him. He's not going to pull it off. Not this time, at least. We've seen it before from him, but not yet. It's actually to try and intercept that from the sky, though. There's nothing that could be done there, and that's a good first on the board for Reverb.
Absolutely. Also kind of an outnumbered situation. Had a lot of defenders right behind and right under, but had actually just enough momentum. Even despite having the ball, dribbling the ball around, still had enough speed to get past those defenders, also trying to scurry back into the goal. As Box now sending it to the right side there, actually not quite able to recover, but a good bounce will enable the handles on the ball now. Great spacing here between the teams, and they'll just dish it off left and right as they once again reposition for more passes. The defense now trying to converge.
And it's Box Bob. He gets knocked a bit once again. He's going to lose that, but they're still keeping the pressure on. They're keeping it in their half. Finally time for a run. Finally time for a breakaway, and it seems the goal's almost free for them. One defender in the way, but it's Box Bob to come out of absolutely nowhere, put the pressure on, and shut them down.
Squash is there showing some nice speed and handling. It will be Snugpug, however, now with the approach. Dishing it down two-handed as it gets intercepted, but an awkward bounce will send it into the contested zones here between the teams as they unfold. That ball, though, dished deeply. A defender in the way, so not much to go with that one as Chi-Chi does recover there with Snugpug in tow. And now ultimately recovered there by Squashies. But for how long is the question? Not very, it looks like. Only 1 point on the board so far here, though.
It's a much lower scoring round, as you say. 1 point on the board. 2 minutes already gone. That's 3 left to go. We keep playing like this. Reverb keeps stalling, keeps not letting OD get anything. And, you know, could be a win by default. Give them the fourth, but if it's a shot like that, almost going in. Again.
Yeah, took an extra just quarter of a second to line up the shot. Kind of had a little bit of a hesitation after the initial toss-up, you know, to set up the spike. I think that caused the miss ultimately, but that one won't. Wow. Well, hey, if it doesn't work from up, they should say, yeah, we'll go down, we'll go under. You know, shout out to our Aussies.
Ground.
Indeed.
Yeah, that's for sure.
They're not wasting any time.
That's a kind of a nice variety of plays you can go with, right? You can go from so high, you can bounce it down low. The physics of that ball really enable some pretty dynamic scoring styles here from these offensive players.
Yeah, and you think maybe just looking at the game every round might feel the same, but you know, the amount of potential that you have to do different things like that. Brilliant goal there. You know, come from any direction, up, down, side, either way. This game has a lot of potential, makes every round feel special in its own way.
Especially with this round, we have 2 minutes left, and if we want to see a fourth round, Reverb is going to need to have a rebuttal here on the scoring end quite soon, and I'm sure OD well aware of that, not wanting to concede any open ones. But Axie now taking control and losing control. Chi-Chi causing some disruption, interrupting those approaching players on offense. Getting lost here in the sewers, and just seeing what they can dig out of it with 90 seconds remaining.
And it looks like OD's remembered what's the stake here. And they do actually need to keep fighting for this game because they conceded the first point and it was a while before they started scoring more, but 2 back-to-back. Now keeping this kind of pressure on, they are looking a lot more confident in their playstyle. As I say that, it's a good shot towards the goal and they get the rebound. Evening things up with 1 minute left on the clock, 2-2.
Yeah, a little bit of a mistiming there, and the defenders couldn't quite read the approach to that ball. And hey, just provided a perfect setup for that rebound and goal. And now maybe another one. So Reverb here have a chance to do something special. We've seen it on our previous matches on stream here today, where we've had teams win a couple rounds in a row, and then suddenly the opposite team comes back and does exactly the same. So you cannot count Reverb out yet, but you can count down the clock at 40 seconds left.
That's for sure, and OD want to get this over and done with because they know if Reverb have this kind of momentum going to the next one, and that is a scary position for them if they're not playing as dominantly as they have been before. Momentum being such a key factor in a game like this, the quick turnaround, you need to have the confidence in the way you play. Ooh, that could be the game changer.
Indeed, they came to play, they came to score, and they came to face a round 4. If they can get away with one more defensive play here on Reverb's end. The time is winding down, but maybe looking for an exciting finish and going into overtime if they can. Dropping the ball, however, and it will be indeed the end. All right. How about that return to form? Going to another round, it looks like.
That's a 1. Yeah, and we had a quick as it came up that said OD won. That's not true. We had Reverb win that one quite unexpectedly. But, you know, in the end, they brought that back, and it was a good comeback as well. What are you thinking we're going to see going into these next rounds?
If we're basing it off of our previous matches on stream, maybe, you know, Reverb with a repeat, I suppose. If nothing else, across these 3 rounds, they've been consistent, right? Look, 2 points in round 1, 3 points in round 2, 3 points in round 3. It's like I said before that last round started, right? If they can just clamp down on the defensive end a little bit more, their offense was looking fine in the previous rounds. It was just the defense that they were kind of leaving some windows a little too open. And they, lo and behold, they clamped down on it. They scored with the same rate of consistency there in the 3rd round. And this time, the difference maker, they held OD down to only 2 points, their lowest score so far. And yeah, nice job. Nice adjustments made from Reverb.
Yeah, that's for sure. Now, round 4, kicking it off.
Hold on to your heart balls,
OD want this over and done with. Reverb want to fight some more. Let's see who's going to come out victorious.
All right, well, we don't have to wait too long with the 5 minutes left on the clock. A slow rolling ball. Make it 2 slow and 3. It's a go for Reverb. Hello, first score already. There's that momentum we can see maybe starting to shift here.
The arena revs up again.
It was a bit of a scramble in the goal to get that clear. They couldn't quite get the hit they needed to send that flying that they have previously, although Box Bob, a classic Box Bob shot, bounces off the ground. It just hits the backboard. But on the rebound, off of the nest, it's a great fly-in to tap that back into the goal. Even things up. Quick turnaround, not even a minute gone, and we have 2 goals already.
Yeah, absolutely. Very entertaining match so far. All knotted up here for the moment as a little bit of a struggled catch on the ball there. It slips out of the hands of the offensive player. Squashies now with control and a quick adjustment there to Juke and to oof. Hello, it's another point there. Reverb. Like I said, their fire is starting to burn hot here. They're scoring quickly.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to get a clue what they're doing. Box Bob losing grip of that. It's they're having so many more issues keeping hold of this ball. OD, this is not the OD we were seeing play at the start of the game. Almost conceding the long shot. And they can't even get it clear properly at the moment. You have to wonder what has gone on to change the dynamic of this team and made them a bit more nervous in their playstyle.
Yeah, indeed. The great adjustments from Reverb, and I think OD needs to do much of the same here. Slow it down a little bit, maybe cut down on some of those one-on-ones and start looking for those passing plays. A little bit of calmness in the storm, and then they could return to form. But the defense there, you can see, Reverb again trying to ruin their plans here on the offense.
Yeah, they're keeping it surrounding middle. We're at 3 minutes now. That's 2 minutes gone. We've already had 3 goals, and Reverb's just holding the advantage. OD just need to finish this game with a victory, and they will win this match. But Reverb need one more to take it to the 5th, and that is Box Bob back to his old self, putting in a nice goal all on his own basically there. Once he got close to the end, that's gonna even things up too.
Well, in that case, he could afford it. I mean, that was one of those opportunities in an actual 1v1. And in those cases, you know, Box Bob is proving to be a dangerous man. That one, a little too ambitious, that shot. Not enough strength on it, and the goalkeeper in the way, certainly. But 2-2 with just over 2 minutes left. Chi-Chi with the ball. There's that great pass. Oh, the finish not there. The repeat not there. And maybe a third time, not the charge.
We have been right in that corner before with these exact teams bouncing that ball around. And we had the same outcome, but we didn't have a long shot like that to put OD at 1 point up, 3 minutes to go.
My goodness, the ice cream scoop of a shot there might be the clutchest one of all. Could be deciding factor here in this game. What a beautiful hit that was, and now putting Reverb on their heels, needing to deal some damage real soon. 1:37 remaining on the clock, down by 1. Box Bob now trying to come back with some scores, maybe make the gap a little bit wider. There it goes, the one-on-one once again, and we see a repeat. That's deja vu for a 2-point lead on OD.
And that could be the final straw, the nail in the coffin that's going to seal the fate here of Reverb. They need to find 2 points within the next minute, and it seems that OD is not getting any less brutal with their attacks. Well, as I say, that Squashies is making a run. Balls for anyone's taking. It's Box Bob who's going to make his run now. Off of Halo, picks up some boost. He's got plenty to go. It's a 1 versus 2, 3 in the goal now. And no one on the rebound to save that again.
They're trying for the underhanded finish just to confuse the defenders a little bit more. Couldn't get that first one, but a back out there, and losing the opportunity. So still a little bit of time, not much. If we can get a quick score for Reverb, that still put them in the mix. But this could deal some damage to them and definitely ruin the hopes and the efforts if one more ball goes in. That clock is getting dangerously low now at 32 seconds.
And he's so close to getting that final ball in. It looks like that's all they want to do in Reverb. You know, not even getting close to scoring the 3rd or even the 4th goal, but they need to keep this dream alive. And you know, that's the 5th. That could be it for Reverb. They would need 3 goals in the next 20 seconds. That is no longer possible. And OD will be, you know, the winners of this game.
Indeed. And you know what? Look at that magic number of on the points right there. OD, barring another quick score here in a second, they've got 5 points. And that was a return to form for them because in those first couple of rounds, there's one final shot attempt gets blocked there. Those first couple of rounds, that was their scoring output, right? They had those 5 points, you know, holding Reverb down and just scoring at that consistent rate. You know, Reverb was able to come back in that 3rd round and hold OD to only 2, but now it seems like the situation has reversed. And the result is indeed the OD victory after 4 rounds.
Yeah, which is you know, a good show from both teams for sure. Taking that to the 4th, Reverb managing to turn things around, reading OD pretty well, you know, putting a defender way at the back, sorting out those things, those long shots that kept on causing them problems, but in the end it just wasn't enough to overcome OD. Both brilliant teams to watch though.
And you know, and especially in that 4th round, the thing that they had a hard time overcoming was, well, this you can see in the replay right there. We saw 2 almost identical plays like that in that last round from Bob. Just be true to the name, bobbing, weaving, and boxing, going 1v1 to score a couple of times, and those were the momentum shifters, I suppose, that really got them that edge in that round, and just brought them enough momentum to carry them to that victory.
Yeah, and it was a good victory for sure. Some rounds they were taking, you know, upwards of 5 points as we saw. Great show from both teams though, for sure.
Indeed. And real quick again, thanks to everyone over there on the YouTube end for watching. And for chatting as well. And if you're not already subscribed, definitely do so. We'll have more matches to come across the day, across the weeks and months for that matter. But yeah, we see you guys, we hear you guys, we love you guys, and rest assured, you know, a lot of teams here in VRML, but sooner or later, whether it's today or another tournament, I can personally guarantee you guys will get casted at some point. Chances are. So, you know, keep grinding, keep playing, and you'll get your chance to shine sooner or later, for sure. All right.
Definitely.
In any case, Finto, anything else you want to call out here, or we'll maybe take another little break to organize our next matchup?
Well, every now and again, we do have to offer out our thanks to everyone that makes this possible. Of course, all of the helpers at VRML who put in, hours upon hours of work to make these kind of tournaments possible and make this kind of thing happen across so many games. Of course, the games we love and enjoy are all thanks to these people. So, we say a big thank you to all of the VRML helpers.
Yeah, absolutely. Remember, guys, I know sometimes, especially in these crazy, chaotic tournaments and such, things get hectic. But, remember, show a little grace, too, because your VRML casters, your moderators, your creators, all your league runners, it's a volunteer basis here. We're, by the community, for the community here in VR. So, it's all a grassroots community effort, top to bottom, volunteer efforts for that matter. So do what we can, but we love the league, the community, the games. So like I said, bear with us. Pioneer Cup, in other words, a first try, first of many, more to come. With that said, we will take a quick break now and organize our next matchups. So do stay tuned, and we'll be back real quick after this short break.
Prepare to start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Spud in the bottom going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match phase.
VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one champion can be crowned.
Want to throw your hat in the ring? Use the VRML Discords to find a team of fellow attendees and sign up using the form in the server. Just remember, all players must have tickets and be attending the event to sign up. Online players will not be eligible for the Phoenix stage.
VRMLCon 2025 is shaping up to be the event of a lifetime. Don't miss your chance for an unforgettable VR experience. Get your tickets and sign up for the Phoenix Invitational today.
Alrighty, hello, welcome back once again to the VRML Pioneer Cup here in Europe, day one. We're continuing to go along here on this stream with a return of the Party Poopers, it would seem. I've been impressing in this tournament so far with some pretty dominant games. On the flip side, also SBI, first time we've seen them here, at least on this channel. And they've been lighting some fires as well, apparently.
Yeah, I mean, if we've been looking at the stats and stuff in the current standings at the moment, SBI is sitting themselves at a very comfortable second rank overall today. 3 wins straight out. They have not lost a single game, but then similar can be said for Party Poopers, also not lost a single game. So 2 teams have been performing really well. We are lucky to see this game for sure. This is going to be a good one, I think.
Should be a barn burner. So yeah, welcome back everyone in the YouTube chat there. Thank you for joining us across our channels. Great interaction and viewership so far. Love to see it for this first Pioneer Cup here in VRML for Orion Drift. Again, the $1,000 prize pool set up amongst our regions. We also have the Ignition Cup May 31st through June 1st, another $1,000 prize pool. And, well, right now, we're going right into the start of the first round, it looks like. So, SBI, Party Poopers, about to get underway here. Again, I'm Palador and Finto with me. Finto with me on the cast and Wonder T on the cams. And here we go, the beginning.
Yeah. Kicking it off straight away. Bo is up to Pebbles. He's going to get right past that. Going in all on his own. He's just going to lose that. It's the Party Poopers losing possession. Now it's time for SBI to make their move. Instantly taking the ball. They're playing this slow and safe. A lot more than previous games we've been seeing. These guys are a lot more calculated than some of the last ones. You can tell the skill gap already, I think, between this game and the ones we've watched previously.
Yeah, some good solid play to start out there. Like the positioning, the pass is not quite connecting, but maintains it on this side of the floor for a moment. There's Cadets with the ball just for a moment, getting it over to Logan. Logan, who was just in the chat a little while ago, but same with Pebbles, but now finding themselves back in the game. So you gotta love it, going from player to chat, and then back into the players' end of things again as the defenders recover here on the red side.
Yeah, true VRML community member all around. I mean, let's see though, if beyond just the chat, rating other people's games, let's see how they can do in their own. And so far, we're still 0-0, and we are now past 1 minute on the clock at least. Here comes a play, just intercepted, just sent back. Yeah, nothing quite yet.
A little too crowded there for that particular pass attempt, but nonetheless a deep recovery. Coming in from Sam, some carves around that halo, looking for a bridge pass potentially, but no one quite there. I don't know where that pass was going, but I know I'm going to try and get it at least before it's recovered now on the other end of the floor here. Rainsy, and then back into the midfield as Raided will get there first with a little bit of time to spare before the tap pass right back.
And there's those brutal tackles. Even if you think you got past, even if the ball gets past, one tackle can send you flying and shut down your entire plans. I don't know. He's going to make a quick conversion off of those kind of tackles. Shoots for it. It's almost in. Just gets the rebound cleared. And they're safe. But for how long as Ray Dead sends that flying up the pitch? Not quite. Making his run.
And some dribbling going down the floor there is Logan. Seeing if they can claim those first coveted points here in this opening round between these two very talented teams. Been doing a lot of damage across the tournament here today. There's Raided, and a slow goal will roll. One of those 1 meter per second type of deals, but managed to get it to go in. Defenders were not there.
The arena revs up again.
And a great shot, and they thought they had it safe until you look behind you and the ball is just slowly rolling in, and you can't get there fast. There's nothing you can do except turn it around quickly and find one of your own. SBI are having none of that. They say, no, we do not take a goal like that. We are going to have one of our own just to make this even once again. And we're back at 1-1, 2 minutes left on the clock.
And there's those paces, the ebbs, the flows, the goals. How about that? You go 2 or 3 minutes without scores, and then suddenly you have 3 scores in this last minute of play. Incredible pace there, and a miscue from the defense certainly to leave a goal that exposed as it goes back into the blue zone and back into the red. Maybe another attempt. Could it be?
Way.
Oh my goodness. Count it. Not a 3, but it should be. Party Poopers.
And what seemed like cold, calculated gameplay from both teams at the start now seems to be in shambles as they keep leaving this goal open. And that's 2 long shots in a row now.
Absolutely, incredible change of pace there off of two long heaves from the deep field, and that really just changed the entire momentum of this. As now an attempted collection here from Eridus, and a slap as well, does not miss. So to bring it within 1 point, suddenly a high-scoring affair. 1 minute and 7 seconds left, and a 1-point differential advantage. Party Poopers.
And all of the goals happening in what seems like the last 2.5 minutes of the game. Everything felt so slow to start, but now things are happening. It's Raydead who's just going to lose that ball as it sits up and towards the trench. Pebbles to recover. He's got 2 players on him though. He's going to need to get this clear and safe. He's fending it towards his own goal. No! And that is going to hurt, bringing it back home just for them to score on your resets. That's what we were talking earlier about the dangers, you know, of bringing it home like that.
Well, that's true. So in OCE, and oh my goodness, OMG, that is a great goal again. How about the pace of this match? SBI now with 2 goals in a row in just the last 30 seconds or so. Only 20 seconds remaining, and they just took the lead here. Danger zone as Party Poopers now have to force 1 goal to force an overtime.
Yeah, one of the most peculiar games I've watched so far, I think. You know, spending the first 2 minutes doing nothing, playing safe, and then suddenly having such a high-scoring game in the last you know couple of minutes, and that is going to be tied by 1 point. 7 goals all around. You know, it's a good win, but a close one for sure.
A close one, and almost a confusing one from the amount of momentum shifts we saw. Again, the first 2 minutes, no scores, and then by that 3rd minute, 3 scores, and then we had those long bomb shots. Just craziness, the own goals. That was one chaotic round just from a spectator's point of view. It's hard to even call that properly. It was just chaos, but in the most entertaining way.
Yeah, for sure. And these are 2 teams which, I mean, we do know are some of the best, currently standing at the top of the pack in the standings. And, you know, from previous tournaments, games, scrims, whatever, we've seen these players to be at the very top. So I mean, I find it almost confusing to see a game like this. The goal's a bit weird, not as, you know, cold and calculated as we might have expected.
And you know,
for sure.
On a side note, someone in the chat, a few people in the chat who are confused also about the fact that Party Poopers have Rainsy VR Fan, one of the players in there. Yeah, you might notice when I casted them for the first time, I kind of stumbled on my words. I'm like, Rainsy? That's Rainsy in the game? No, it's a Rainsy VR Fan. But we also have the real one in the chat, so
we're off
about it. Off we go into the second round. I'm excited to see what this one provides here, Finto, because that first one was just wild.
Yeah, I'm curious to see whether the momentum will carry forward these quick score games, or if they'll go back to the more slow gameplay that we saw earlier on. It looks like the pressure's on, and, you know, starting off with such a quick goal, it could be an indicator of the more quicker game style that we saw towards the end of the last one.
Yeah, I'm here for it. That kind of frenetic scoring pace is exciting to watch for sure. Pebbles, who was dominating earlier on stream, had a great showing. Was just trying to get a good showing here. It started in the second round. You know, 1 point, secure a little bit of momentum, those good feels, but unfortunately not able to get that goal for Party Poopers. So we'll be back though to Logan, and a slow one overtaken, slapped back down center and right into the deep end zone of the blue.
It's Rainsy VR Fan, not to be confused with the real Rainsy, who's going to send that back to where it needs to be. It's Pebbles off to Raydead. Goal feels almost open, but he's not going to quite take advantage of that. Back to Rainsy VR Fan. Pass it up towards the backboard. Quick pass is just going to confuse the team. Wait until they have a good opportunity. They almost had his back rolling off the backboard, but it looks like it might just get away from them here.
Might just 3:41 on this clock, so still plenty of time to spare. Nice delivery up top and right in the air. Oh, once, twice. No success on that goal attempt. Frenetic, the pace still remains, though, as chased down into the red zone. Taken down by, I don't know. Yes, I do. I do know. As Rainsy VR, or Samesy FR. Man, these are confusing names, but man, these teams just blazing, guns blazing across the floor at the moment.
And Logan Shot defending against the pressure that is the ruthless attack here. Finally, though, finding a goal, a second one on the board for SBI. They're looking confident now compared to the Party Poopers.
We're back on.
Yeah, ruthless is right. Ruthless aggression, I guess. These guys are like John Cena, trying to make themselves champions here in this tournament.
Yeah, and they're going straight back at it again. All 4 players playing quite close together. It's an interesting play style, you know, not one you'd usually expect from a team that's ranking so high, but clearly they're onto something here. You know, when I heard about the 4v4 format, I thought, oh, this is team play, this is preset positions, this is one player always playing back, but they just seem to be crowding that ball, passing between each other, short passes, and it seems to be working. Interesting to see how the strategies are rewritten in this new experimental game mode.
Absolutely. Oh, what a mental save, though, coming in from... I don't want to say who. One of the Z's, though, in the orange zone, though, the pink zone. Beautiful defense for sure. But, you know, I think to your point, it's hard in this game, in Orion Drift, to even have like the passing play we see, but to really slow down, as we talked about earlier, it's hard to do that because of just how many things you're having to maintain at once in this game, between the movement, the positioning, and just the ball handling, the physics of the ball. You know, it's not something that you can physically hold on to for very long without being interrupted immediately. Yeah,
that's for sure. This team seems to be doing a great job of it most of the time, though.
That they do. With a minute 40 left, will be Logan, a deep heave down the floor. So surprisingly, scoreless for Party Poopers. We know what they can do. We've seen it on these streams today already, what Party Poopers can do. But SBI showing up like the FBI, and that is a crime. They are up by 3.
And absolutely brutal against the Party Poopers. They are now pretty close, 1 minute away from solidifying themselves another round. SBI, which is a very confident position for them to be in against a team that's meant to be one of the best. Of course, SBI, I guess, today showing their true colors, showing that they deserve a spot in the top names.
That they do. They are proving themselves here. You love to see it. That's what the Pioneer Cup is for, to showcase these future players of the competitive scene in VRML and what have you. I mean, they're really showing up. They're showing their skills, their strength, and right now they're showing up to the tune of 3 points up for SBI. Party Poopers yet to break that scoring seal. They're going to be in danger here if they can't get at least a little bit of momentum going into that third round soon to come.
Raided with no boost. I mean, it looks almost over for them. 30 seconds, 3 goals. It's actually not possible anymore. And, you know, a good one to have on the board for SBI. Let's see, though, if they can find one more just to solidify. We are here, and we are one of the best. Straight away against the Party Poopers.
Yeah, the Party Poopers definitely being hit by a truck, it seems like, in this particular match so far. The first round, again, it was right up until the end, just some of those last-minute shots that sealed the deal. But I think that momentum really carried over well for SBI. And on the flip side, the counter momentum, proving for Party Poopers, just not able to get anything on the board this time around, which is a stark contrast from their earlier appearances on the stream.
Yeah. I mean, as you say, earlier appearances, and from what I've seen, this is not the Party Poopers I know. I wonder what has gone on, or maybe it is just the sheer skill of SBI that is causing them to lose these games.
I think so. I mean, we've seen 4-3 that first round came down to that last couple of scores in the last minute from SBI to take it, but just carrying it over so well. So Party Poopers trying to kind of gather themselves here and hopefully set out for some success in the next round. But SBI is showing hey, you didn't get on the stream yet, so we're going to show up. We're going to show why we should have been here earlier. And they've done a great job of that so far. Very entertaining gameplay from them.
Yeah, that is for sure. And if you don't know, the top 8 teams, the teams with the top 8 teams performance-wise from today's tournament will go on tomorrow into the round robin and subsequently the finals to play for that big prize and the bragging rights and solidifying yourself in the history books of Orion Drift. And both of these teams are still in the running for that, and so there's a lot to play for, starting to be a lot on the line for these players now. Yeah,
absolutely. And look, we got some fans in there, it would seem, for SBI, cheering them on and kind of agreeing with what we were saying earlier on. Maybe they should have been on more cast. Well, you know what? You perform like this, you certainly will be now and going forward into these VRML streams. That is a quick ball that hurdles over the steps. Oh, and gets the last second slap for SBI's first score of the round.
15 seconds in, and it is already brutal. That is a quick goal to get so early. Pebbles, let's see what he can do here with a clean pass off to Raided. Another one just gets intercepted, and that's sent flying back to reset. Logan's shot, dropping that down, almost past it to the enemy team, but it's Raided to try and make another play.
And I don't know there with Sam trying to collect that ball. They will, in fact, up at that halo. Saying hello and goodbye to the defenders. Some good handling here. Some good jukes. Well, but just lost the handle at the last second there. Tried for a good pass. Logan, the deep, deep fling. Could it be? That's dead center. Will it bounce? Will it bounce? It does!
Oh, just
missed the shot and right at the last second swooping in. Oh my goodness, that is stress encapsulated.
So much precision required to make sure you don't hit it in yourself when it's that close to going in. But a good save from Buzz in there just to round things out and keep things on the safe side for now.
For now.
But as we say that,
Wow, what a goal!
that
As we
is
say that,
and
we
even
got
over
a
Party
tie-up.
Poopers, yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
how about that?
that's-
Party Poopers, I think that's
Drift
what,
ball
about
frenzy restarts.
7 minutes now they have not scored. So that's a really nice breath of fresh air for them to maybe get back some momentum, but they'd lose it right back
no.
as SBI comes back in the span of about 15 seconds to punish them.
It just takes one moment to upset SBI, and that is just absolutely brutal in the execution, instantly turning that around, instantly taking back their 1 point advantage. But we're back to like how it was in round 1 with Party Poopers finding another back-to-back goals now. What is happening?
Anything they can do, so we can do better. Equally quick rebuttal, it seems like, back and forth. So there's the scoring pace picking up as we see at times.
Again.
And oh my goodness, who and how that even go in? Well, it did. And now it's 3-2 favor of SBI.
Yeah, very, very different to the kind of round we saw previously. Quite similar to the round we saw at the very start. Are we on the same team here? This has got me confused.
Yeah, it's all over the place at the moment, so that pace is certainly picked up. It's the ebbs and flows, and right now that flow is turned up to high power as Buzz now from the top trying to create a buzz, but the last second raid in. And saying that's not going to be right in. I'm going to go right in down the floor now with a goal attempt, but overtaken here is Samsey.
Yeah, back up onto the Hable. It's Pebbles to intercept with no boost. There's not much to be done there. Passes off to Buzzin. Buzzin's got a free run home here. Ray dead. Pebbles in the way. They reset. Goes for the long shot. Not quite happening. Almost on the rebound. But that's going to get clear and safe for now.
Starting to hit that danger zone again. It's a best-of-5 situation. SBI, the first 2 rounds won. So Party Poopers do need some scores here soon, or that could be the end of the story, at least in this particular matchup. But still have time to do it. 1:35 on the clock, and ring around it goes. Taken by Pebbles, looking to create some opportunities for their team with that efficient pass, but a more efficient read. There's Eridus and an air raid.
No.
Yes! My goodness.
You could feel that one
Wow.
coming, friends.
What a goal. Just the long shot, the vision to have to realize there's no defenders. We need to quickly get this off and to calculate that is the best way to go about this, and the accuracy required, especially on these massive new 4v4 arenas. To shoot that kind of goal. It seems easy, but I tell you, it is definitely not. And SBI, 2 goals up. Changing that a bit. 1 goal up now. Party Poopers, a third. There's 50 seconds here.
Play
For
resumes.
Party Poopers to find 1 more and keep that dream alive. That perfect streak, that 4th win of the day alive.
Yeah, and kind of going just headstrong right into the defense. So maybe not the offense they wanted to run on that set, because that did cause a turnover, although it looks like they may recover. But no, Logan's now with the ball. They have 30 seconds left on the clock. They need to score here to bring them back within reach. But that is a deep heave, and now, oh my goodness! He reached, he teached. 5-3. My goodness, what a round. What a showing from SBI. Party Poopers had a great round themselves, but SBI has they've caught fire. They've shown some serious skills here today for our debut Pioneer Cup.
And you really do have to wonder why we haven't been watching this team more already. And I know I'll be taking note and keeping an eye on them in the future, because the performance they have put on today has just been absolutely stellar, And I guess that's really what this cup is all about, showcasing these fresh teams, showing what everyone is made of, and getting the lay of the land in the Orion Drift competitive scene.
Yeah, very, very well done to both of these teams, of course. But SBI just able to take a clean sweep there. Combined there for 4, 5, 6, 11 points total to 6 for Party Poopers' side. So definitely a strong showing. They showed the offense, the defense. They showed the long shot ability too. Multiple of their players are just having these crazy long distance shots. And keeping in mind, of course, right, that in this 4v4 kind of experimental arena going on, the scaling, the proportions, it has changed a bit, from the default arena. Like, there's a lot of similarities, but at the same time, it's not one-to-one with what these players are used to. So there's still a little bit of a change in muscle memory, and so just the fact that they're able to, in such a short span, get that laser accurate with some of these shots, it really speaks highly to the ability of these players and adaptability.
Yeah, for sure. It's impressive. And, on the note of adaptability, I think it's been interesting how SBI has been going about this, because, the way they played didn't seem so traditional, what you'd expect from some of the other teams we've seen perform really well, called Party Poopers themselves, but they've clearly outperformed, shown up and shown us something special. And I think it's interesting to see how these fresh ideas can come in and create some adaptable strategies and ways of playing that are quite new to a lot of people, myself included.
Absolutely. You want to know how things become meta? By experimenting. Everyone kind of has this myth about metas in games. The meta is this, the meta is that. That's how it should be. Well, how do you think it got there? Someone had to try something new sometime, and then it just worked. So that's the beauty of the dynamic nature of these sports, these VR esports, is they tend to have these shifting metas. We've seen it at multiple games in the past. I'm sure we're going to see it here with Orion Drift as well going into the future, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, and I mean, you ever wonder, you ever think, how do these teams come up with this kind of stuff? Of course, they're performing us, they're abusing the mets. No, get your team in game, start messing about, start figuring out what works for you and how you can play the best, because SBI clearly have, and it's clearly working for them.
Yeah, clearly, and for Party Poopers as well, again, I'll give them their compliments, and likewise for both these teams. They all still showed up. I am positive as we get deeper into these tournaments, not just this weekend, but later in the month and the coming months, and potential seasonal play ahead. We're gonna see more of these teams, and that's the beauty again of these VRML streams, is we get to every day of the week essentially capture and cast and feature the teams, the best of the best from every step of the ladder, from bronze all the way to master. And so I'm excited to see these teams again in the future. They've proved something here today, and a lot more yet to come. But with that said, Finto, any other parting comments, or we'll head over to
nothing to say for now.
All right, so we got at least a couple more matches left before the stream, I do believe, here before we have NA, the Americas day one of the tournament, which is about, let's see, my bad eyes, about an hour and 15 minutes from now is the scheduled start time. So we'll see some more action on the NA side in the not too distant future. But of course, we still have EU for a little longer here today, and also tomorrow on day 2. So we'll be right back after a hopefully brief intermission. We'll find you some more exciting matches to cast. Stay tuned.
Prepare to start.
Baron left alive. Where is Baron? In the spawn. Can somebody reinforce?
Spud in the bottom, going absolutely crazy, getting the 2-way.
Match point.
VR Master League and Another Axiom are proud to introduce the Phoenix Driftball Invitational, Orion Drift's first ever on-stage tournament at VRMLCon 2025. For those attending the event, gather your team and enter for a chance to play on stage and compete for the $5,000 grand prize.
The format is simple. Phase 1 is an online open qualifier bracket where every team that enters will battle it out for a top seed. The top 16 teams from the qualifier will earn their spot on stage and move forward to compete at VRMLCon on July 27th.
The competition truly begins with the Phoenix phase, a single elimination bracket played in person across 2 different stages throughout the day. It all culminates in the Driftball Grand Finals, the closing act of the event, where only one...
Hi, David. Hello, everybody. Thank you for your patience. We are back. Your patience will be rewarded, in fact, because we've got a sick match about to unwind here between Quantum X and Cold. And from what I've been told, these are some top teams, top players, not just in the context of this Pioneer Cup, but also in general. Some very powerful players here. Isn't that right, Finto?
Yeah, I mean, I was saying, you can see just in the standings here, Quantum X and Cold currently standing at the first and second position in today's tournament. And I can tell you from personal experience, Cold are a brutal team. Ice cold killers, some might say. This team is relentless in their gameplay and just have brilliant coordination. There's 4 of them in the whole team, and they are a tight-knit bunch, you know, no messing about with too many subs or anything. It is the 4 of them, and they are elite. But then Quantum X showing up, taking that first spot, you know, it's could be a challenger. But
I mean, they're one of both these teams are 2 of the 3 teams at the top there, 4-0 so far in the tournament, right? So according to those brackets we just had up, so I mean that speaks volumes for sure.
Yeah. So it's, I mean, definitely going to be probably the best matchup we have seen so far today.
And we've had a lot of great ones, to be clear.
Yeah. This is a high standard already. So I'm looking forward to what these teams are going to bring to the table for us.
Absolutely. And that note, it looks like the chat has been really antsy waiting for these matches to start, the stream to restart here again. So yeah, welcome back over there on the YouTube end. Thank you as always for your guys' support. Appreciate all the interaction and the engagement. The numbers have been eye-popping. They've been great. And indeed, these teams popping off just to match that hype in the chat. Before we get started here, which should be fairly soon, just getting the players in, I want to give one more shout out, of course, to, what's up, VRML Con 2025 happening in my hometown, Phoenix, Arizona. By pure coincidence, I promise, because I'm not there currently. But it takes place in the ASU Media and Immersive Experience Center, July 25th through 27th. And right now, we got the start of the round, so VRML Con will have to wait. Luckily, it's not for a couple months, so never mind that plug. Here we go!
Cold kicking it off instantly. Mr. Venom running that all on his own underneath between all the players, threads the needle and finds that goal. Kicking it off with a great solo goal.
Indeed, what a quick start from them. Cold showing that ice so far in the veins. Really no warm-up necessary, of course. Shot there, no goalkeeper necessary, I guess. An unfortunate give up, and Quantum X will now join them on the scoreboard with 1 point of their own.
And you can't get too overconfident leaving the goal open like that. You know, Cold maybe just having free games, what felt like that all day. They cannot hand this one away for free because this is a real challenger for them. And about time, both of these teams have had a perfect day so far. 4 out of 4 games won. One of them is walking away with a loss today, and so far, Cold has taken the advantage.
Very brisk pace at the very least to start this round from both teams. So let's see if we see similar results. Quantum X trying to go on offense, although having a bit of a struggle up the floor as it's overtaken. And in the speed of a rocket there, just kind of going across the floor was Reaper to recover that ball. Looked like almost an open goal attempt, is now taken back here with Toms and just dribbling up that halo, up the bridge rather. Some nice jukes and a quick bouncer. Beautiful precision on these deliveries. I love that passing play, and it provides, guess what? Oh, the goal! It bounced up and down, but not in. My goodness.
Yeah, they're keeping that pressure on. It was great passing, but, you know, Quantum X just crowded the goal there. 3 of them. And it was a good save in the end, just keeping it alive. But still, Thomas, he's going for another one. Pug's there to support him. And he finds that. That's going to put them now 2 points up, 3-1. Good lead.
Very impressive showing so far. Assaulting relentlessly that goal and providing those 3 points now to date. As some little dribbling and jukes goes from Nebula over to Reaper. Reaper passing it over, but overtaken instead. Defenders getting in the way as it flies back into mid and just trying to collect that ball as it haplessly floats through the air for just the briefest of moments, and Nebula now will retain.
Yeah, it's in about halftime now, 2 minutes 30, so that's 2 minutes 30 for Quantum X trying to turn things around. They need 2 goals here. Cold is holding a dominant lead as it is. Keeping it safe now. They don't need to do anything too fancy. As I say that, it's a great pass off to secure a 4th goal for them. And that passing play is just beautiful to watch. It's mesmerizing how they push that ball around to each other and find the goal like that.
It is just maneuvering around like pros, looking so comfortable on that. Little shot fake perhaps before the take. I'm not sure if that was a little bit of flair or just a little bit of flub, but that looked nice on our end. Kind of a yo-yo type of trick, walking the dog straight into the goal there.
Yeah, it's a good pass off to Thomas just as Pug gets tackled. He's going to pass it back over to Pug again, who's ready to receive. He just loses that as he goes for the shot, and that ball's going to go clear.
And again, chat lighting up with a lot of hype. We see Dimwee, we saw him earlier on and heard him earlier on the chat. Maybe see him some more in the streams, hopefully later. Good to see you guys there. And a great game we have going on for sure.
Yeah, that's very, very true. As the ball goes up in the air, it's in the danger zone. They're keeping the pressure on. Pug's got it. His team's in great passing positions. He flies it up, taps it over. He just misses the pass. There's chance for a reset, though. It's flying all the way back. It's Venom to take that. Pug's there to support. Not too much pressure on them yet. They've got time to work with here.
And just look at that carving. Again, talk about the effortless looking movement. Really just maneuvering around that floor, keeping the momentum. That's one of the big things here, of course, with Orion Drift is those carves on the wall, the floor, the ceilings, even as Pug now trying to deal it into the goal. And so appealing it is. 5-2 now with the time winding down. 45 seconds. Cold with a great start.
Yeah, ball knocked instantly out of his hands. It's Georgie to keep that safe. Although it's rolling around in the corner, a dangerous place to be. Georgie wants to get that clear. Urban Monkey's putting pressure on. He gets it away. Nebula to intercept. Back into the opposite corner. Thomas is on that fastest, though he crosses it towards the goal. There's potential. Not quite, though, as Reaper tries to make his own run towards the goal. It seems like he's almost home free, but already Cole's fully reset. He goes for it, passes it off to Urban Monkey. Urban Monkey gets tackled. Ball's in the air for anyone to take, and it's Shady on the reset. He's going for it again. Pressure, pressure, pressure. The ball's in the air. Once again, Shady on that, but Georgie just gets it clear.
Pressure, Will Robinson. Cold now. Will rob this win. Not so much. They earned it. Quantum X there got 2 points on the board that round. Strong showing, but not quite strong enough to overcome the cold, the chill, the wind chill factor, as the case may be. Cold showing, well, exactly what you implied I would see there from them, at least in that opening round, Finto. Very impressive, but Quantum, not one to be doubted or counted out yet, because they're still 4-0 in this tourney, and we've still got at least another 10 minutes, probably, maybe, possibly more to play.
Yeah, of course, Quantum X, a very skillful team, and Cold is setting a high standard at the start there, but we've seen previous games where two what seem like very skillful teams, you know, OD in the previous game, it seemed like they had a dominant lead at the start, and then they just lost it. It slipped away from them for a while, and almost could have lost the game there. I could see this happening for this team. You know, these quick goals that can make you overconfident and make you cocky in your playstyle, and that's when you start to make mistakes.
Yeah, well, we'll see if they can clean up some of these mistakes here for Quantum going to the next round. And again, 3-point differential. They still got a couple goals there. Just see if they can tighten up on the defense, but a tall task indeed. And speaking of these teams, I do see on the stream there, the Twitch, Old Habits YouTube chat there, of course. Party Poopers, we saw on stream. We see a couple of their players back in it. Nice to see you. I noticed a comment earlier saying, talking about the loss and saying how it's a learning experience nonetheless. Right attitude to have, especially for streams like these and with teams like those. Cold goes for that first goal 10 seconds in.
Yeah, wow. Relentless and brutal. They're finding that quick, and it's a good way to solidify that early lead. Although Shady puts on pressure, it's a good goal, and Georgie can't quite save it, turn it around. Quantum X took that one personally and turned it around very quickly. We're balanced again.
Yeah, Georgie. Great job there on the goal. Not clouding it around at all. That was it. 4-23, already 1 goal apiece for each of these teams. Now spacing out quite nicely, but some tackles in the way. Venom, though, says, get out of my way. The second goal now for Cold. And again, not even a minute in, the brisk pace continues.
It makes it look almost effortless, the way Cold can easily find these goals. And there's a third on the board for them. We are now 4 minutes in, and that's 4 minutes still to go, and that's 4 goals to happen already. What a pace Cold is setting. This is the high standard that Quantum X are trying to live up to here.
Yeah, a lot of 4s, and you know what? These teams are for real. For sure, and another goal. Wow. Well, let's add another 4 to the board. That's 4 points, that is, for Cold. My goodness, this is one of the, I think, fastest scoring paces we've seen from any team on stream so far. Minute and a half in, got 5 goals, 4 of them going on the Cold side.
Yeah, and Cold, meant to be, well, it's currently sitting at second in the standings. Some people would consider the best team, but if this is the second best team they're up against, and this is the kind of lead they're putting on, it makes me worried for anyone else Cold comes up against and what kind of chances anyone has against this team when they show up.
Yeah, it's interesting how that happens, right? Because Quantum X is a team who, across the last several hours of this tournament this afternoon, has nice last-second slap out of the goal there. But Quantum is a team who's been decimating all the other teams there across the streams and across the matches, and yet here they have a bit of a struggle just getting anything against this Cold team who continues to rock and roll for the 5th point halfway through round 2.
Yeah, and I mean, we talked about the potential for a turnaround. We talked about for potential overconfidence, but I'm not seeing it yet. They are still playing their near perfect playstyle, and it's still working for them.
Certainly is. I mean, shockingly, as another potential goal, a little bit slow, but no one could quite recover in time, will lead them to the 6th point, which, as I was about to say, we're now approaching Mercy territory, shockingly enough. Quantum X not able to get it going so far in round 2.
You ought to be starting to get nervous for them. With a good save like that from Pug, he reads that almost perfectly, although Shady has a second chance. The ball is almost in. Just saved by Georgie. He wants to get that clear, and he wants to look for this Mercy. 2 minutes on the board, and it seems almost inevitable. Thomas sends that over to Venom. Venom has a near open goal. He's just going to shoot it in the long range and shut down the dreams of Quantum X already. Still 1 more round to go, but what round is in store for us now?
Wow, yeah, Finto, you were not lying earlier on. So yeah, coming from, I mean, look, right now I'm a North American living in the OCE side, so Europe is kind of my one blind spot thus far. And I didn't quite know what to expect from some of these teams, but they are delivering on the streams. Twitch chat, I guess, agrees with you, Finto, also, because so far it looked like 43 votes and 76% were thinking Cold would take this matchup. But remember, Quantum X, they're still undefeated in the tournament so far. They still have a chance to come back. I would not count them out yet.
Look, and of course, you see them performing here. I don't think we've seen them play yet, I don't believe. But you have to consider that they must be doing something right in the rest of the tournament, considering, as I said, they're currently standing at first. Even if they lose this game, they will still be setting themselves a very high standard, a very high position going towards the 6th round, and towards the end of the day, which is just a great show from them nonetheless, even though they might not have been able to take it up against this team here, Cold.
Yeah, well, we won't have to wait too long now as the round does get set and get underway here in the next few seconds to find out the results. And we'll see if Quantum X can muster a little bit of strength here, get some momentum of their own off this initial jump ball. Quantum X trying to come back here in this 3rd round.
Tom's putting the pressure on Georgie as well. Double stacked on each other. It's Puck though to try and go for the shot. It's just saved. They got a chance for a reset. It's Venom. He's taking it on the top of his hand, juggling it in. But not quite. And now there's a chance for a run here. There's no one back. Reaper has an almost free goal here. And that's what happens.
That is I think that is what you call the repercussions of not having a defender to stop it.
Exactly. When you send all the players up front, you can have a strong attack like Cold have been having, but all it takes is one good ball through, one player to make a great run. And your hopes are shattered.
But still plenty of time here now for Cold to come back, but a great start, the lovely type of start you want to see for Quantum, going down 2, but getting that first goal to put you ahead and kind of in that driver's seat, at least for the moment, can build that confidence as Shady now trying to confidently display those dribbling skills, but does get a little bit dislodged there as Georgie maintains control of the ball. Poked from behind from Reaper. Now Reaper trying to maneuver around a plethora of defenders on that field. Plethora and a half, in fact, as everyone just converging, but somehow slipping away, back passing, attempting to hit, but a little bit ricocheted there on the bounce, and just trying to now turn it back over to the other side as the defense retreats.
Yeah, and it's Venom now. He's got a chance to pass off to Georgie. Georgie, 2 players in the air, near and Pug can't quite receive, so they're not going to get that pass off. 3 minutes on the clock now. They're going to have to start making a move, considering there's a lead, and that's the move they need. As Cold evens out the score. 1-1. Quantum X is going to have to do something here to save their chance of going out in this game, in this match.
And we saw it in that first round after the initial joust. We saw, these rebuttal goals, trading goal for goal essentially for those first couple of minutes. So, Quantum X certainly capable of scoring at high volume. Cold's defense very tough to break through, obviously, but nonetheless, it is certainly within the realm of possibility as it is knotted up at 1 apiece here, these teams, halfway through the round. And the ball now in control of Georgie, it would seem, dribbling from the bottom and just trying to send it waywards on that delivery.
Yeah, but coming out of the side now, it's Reaper. He passes that off to no one able to receive. It's Georgie able to tap it underneath into the bunker. He's making a run. He's just going to lose that. Tom's to recover, though. It's a toss-up. Pog, a near open goal, and he finds it. Against, well, I say open. There's a good few defenders who try to jump in the way, but that is going to solidify Cold's lead. 1 point up with 2 minutes left on the clock.
Wasting no time here on launching out of that last score, but maybe too fast because the defender from behind just poked it away, and now another turnover will maybe open up a potential goal. They pass initially astray, but that play will result in the goal ultimately, so good patience being shown from the Cold side of things, and they take a 2-point advantage.
Yeah, with 1 minute 30 left on the clock, Quantum X have to score 2 goals to force the overtime to even have a chance of staying in. This is match point. If Cold win this, they will continue their perfect streak, setting themselves at 5 wins today out of the 5 games that have been played. And Quantum X will take their first loss of the day. So a lot to play for both of these teams.
And if there's any hope for Quantum X for us round 4, they need to score 1 in the next few seconds and then the few seconds after that. So time is beginning to close, the window's beginning to close, the defenders beginning to close, aware of the situation as well. But 54 seconds left, and a deep heave there from Reaper, trying to get some more late game points here potentially. But that just slings it right into the side wall and turns it right over to Venom there.
And it seems almost all last resort. Just playing it safe and passing. Tom's now trying to make a run. He's going to lose that, but with 30 seconds on the board, they need to score 2 goals. And I think that's, with the time, that is now basically officially impossible for them to make that play.
Yeah, it looks to be the case there, certainly. Possible to score more, but At a certain point, that time wasting comes into play. A couple of near misses as the defense there just all clusters in the center, and once, twice, and 3 times. That's a strike for at least one final score on Cold's side.
The arena revs up
yeah,
again.
a 3-round victory, a statement series of matches, and for that matter, a statement tournament, it seems, for Cold, who already has that popularity, the notoriety perhaps as one of those tough top teams. They just continue to blaze a trail here in the early days of OD.
Yeah, and I mean, we talk again and again today about the importance of these early tournaments in the future, and, you know, writing yourself in the history books, and how it's not just about the cash prize, but about those bragging rights, and solidifying yourself as you know, one of the historic greats of Orion Drift. And Cold so far seem to be doing that today. I mean, I've got their name memorized. I'm keeping an eye on them for tomorrow and then things to come.
As you mentioned, tomorrow, of course, the round robin, not red robins, yum, but the round robin tournament coming up tomorrow for day 2. Same start times there for our 3 regions, but of course, you know, finishing up day 1 here with some stellar skills at play. May not have been one of those 5-round overtime classics, but I think it was still a statement for both teams. Because at the end of the day, while Cold might have been the favorite team here to win by based on the YouTube bias, excuse me, and the votes there, the fact that it wasn't, you know, they weren't mercy wins by any stretch. They were still very competitive, and I think it just bodes well for the future of Quantum X as well, that they were able to hold their own as well as they did. Not to mention going 4-0 up until this point.
Yeah, and of course that does solidify themselves, I believe, still a spot in the top 8 as it stands at the moment, which is a comfortable position to be in, and an achievement in its own right, up against, you know, we had like 50 teams today that hopped on the server, and if you can walk away as one of the top 8, you know that you have you know, no matter how far you make it in the stuff tomorrow, you are definitely proving yourself as a skilled Orion Drift player.
Absolutely. And well, on that note too, we have more streams coming up as well, and actually the Americas side of the Pioneer Cup day 1 will be starting in about half an hour. So unless I am told in my you know, by my producers in my ear otherwise, we may potentially break off here soon, so we can prepare for that. Of course, still more games to be played tomorrow on EU either way, but the rankings definitely set just about set up there at the top. You know, teams impressing today.
Yeah, that's for sure. What a great show already from what we've seen. You know, OS this morning, I believe you were there, OCE, and then EU today, and still to come, the big NA.
Yeah, I think around the 150-ish teams on the NA side of things, which is pretty ridiculous, pretty crazy. 200 some teams overall, I believe, when you factor EU and OCE, which is just incredible participation for this opening cup here, Pioneer Cup. You know, again, you have that $1,000 prize pool that's spread among the regions, but as much as anything, also just those bragging rights you alluded to. I mean, end of the day, you can all the rewards in the world are monetary value. You're only going to have basically 3 champions essentially of the first VRML Cup for Orion Drift. That's a statement, and that's one of those resume items you can, you know, put in your Discord profiles and your YouTube channels. You know, I was the first at this thing, and these teams well on their way to achieving that.
Yeah, you can only be the first at something once. You know, there's only going to be one first. And so this is a big tournament for sure for a lot of people, and carries a lot of importance. I mean, of course, there's a lot of people to thank as well, because such a big undertaking comes with a lot of effort. And I think a lot of thank you needs to go to the VRML staff, casters, moderators, managers, creators, all of that, and the amount of effort they put into making something like this run at all, let alone smoothly when it does. So, of course, a massive thank you to those people.
Well, yeah, 1000%, Finto, couldn't agree more. As we tend to say here, you know, I said at the end of the OCE stream too, just keep in mind, us casters and such, we're just at the kind of the front of the streams, but behind the scenes, that's where all the magic is really happening, with all the efforts and the volunteers and the moderation team, and you know, just an incredible community effort here. VRML being ran volunteer basis essentially by people from these communities, from these games. So it's really an incredible thing to come together and achieve something like this. And we thank the tireless work, especially of the mods. I know they've been drowning in tickets trying to help everyone out. And so the story goes here in the VR sports. But thanks to them, and of course Wonder T, who you guys haven't heard on stream, but has been manning the cams here, as well as Nightfire over on our other channel. So a lot of unsung heroes of VRML, and of course the biggest ones of all, you guys over there in the chat, the people who tune in, the people who participate on the stream in these games and populate it like this. Yeah, it's what keeps us all going.
Trailblazers of Orion Drift comp.
Exactly, the Pioneer Cup, Pioneers, Trailblazers. That's what you all are. That's what we're doing here. So good times all around. But yeah, anything else you want to leave off with, Finto? Or I according to my producer and my fancy earpiece, I think we will be getting off here. This stream to set up for NA in about 30 minutes. Less than that, in fact.
You know what? Well, I think we do need to say thank you to another Axiom as well for the brilliant game. They bring us Orion Drift and letting us showcase the new 4v4 experimental game mode. And it was experimental, but it was brilliant to watch and see how it varies from the 3v3. So, of course, a big thank you to them.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, thanks to another Axiom and Sir Dimwee for streaming on early, or coming on the stream early with me on the cast. Maybe a return to that in the near future? Question mark? Who knows? It'll be fun to see if so. But yeah, that said, thanks again, guys, for watching. So I've been Palador, that's been Finto, and Wonder T-Man on the cams. So this has been VRML Pioneer Cup for EU. Stay tuned in half an hour for the NA side of things. But otherwise, yeah, thanks, guys. Be happy, healthy, and safe, and good to each other, and I'll see you really, really soon, actually.
Orion Drift VRML is brought to you by Another Axiom, Helga, the esports manager, Exclaim, HyperX, ProTube VR. Thanks for watching VRML.